But with all of that being said, let's go ahead and hop overhead and let's just talk about the supplies that you're gonna need. So, sorry, we've got some moss here. Today we are going to be making a shirt with this design. So you're going to need some type of shirt, whether it's a sweatshirt, a t-shirt. We have a t-shirt and a couple sweatshirts for us to choose from. And then of course you are going to need heat transfer vinyl. So what is heat transfer vinyl? For those who may be new, heat transfer vinyl, or HTV as we like to call it, a lot of times you'll hear us call it HTV, is a vinyl that has adhesive on the back that is activated when heat is applied to it. So the way that you have to cut HTV, this shiny side, normally in years past we would call this shiny side, matte side. We are now starting to call this carrier side, carrier sheet side, and then the back. And the reason that we call it carrier sheet is because sometimes those carrier sheets are matte and not shiny. So let me show you what I mean by carrier sheet really quickly. So here you can see when we separate this out, this is our what we call carrier sheet. So we have to cut heat transfer vinyl, or HTV, on the back, and then you mirror your design, which we are going to go through today in our tutorial. So just a little brief rundown on that, why we are using this, because HTV is better when it is applied to, or HTV is made to apply to a fabric. You can apply HTV to so much more than just a fabric, but if you are working with shirts, you have to use HTV, okay? Other than that, you are going to need some type of mat. We have our Nikapa light grip mat here. You obviously need a weeding tool and a Cricut Mini Easy Press, which I'm gonna have Sadie hop out into the studio and grab for me because I don't see one in here.
I got you, girl.
I think there's one on my table.
Okie dokie.
So, other than that, which honestly you should probably already have these things in your craft room. That's about all we're gonna need for today's project. Like I said, this is going to be a very design space heavy project. So when we hop in design space, thank you, I'm going to need you all to hone in, come back to me when we get there and really pay attention, because there is a lot of manipulation with these. A lot of things that you will get lost if you're not paying attention. So let me plug this in real quick, and then we are gonna hop on over and we're gonna get started designing. Yeah. And I'm gonna move all of this to the side. And 2 seconds. Beautiful. So now we're gonna hop over to our share screen, and here is the finished product for today's little sweatshirt or shirt. This is what we're gonna be creating. You can see here we have the names. This one says Emerson, Riley, Mallory, and Henry, with all of their birth flowers at the top. I mean, y'all, I just think this is so cute.
It is so darling.
It is so cute. Sharna says, you look like you've been shrinking. Girl, I've not been. We had 2 weeks off. I was telling Brooks this earlier because he also said the same thing. And I swear, I think I worked more the 2 weeks we are off than I'm not saying I don't work here, but I did more physical labor the 2 weeks we were off than I do here. So
you're just a hustling lady.
I just try. Okay, so let's go ahead and hop back to our share screen. We're gonna go over to makersgonnalearn.com, and I'm gonna show you how to find the flower that you need based on the month that you need. So you would think on our website, just type in birth flower. You really need to type in the month that you need, and all of those flowers are gonna be linked in the description of the YouTube video as well. So for example, let's just say we're doing May. You're going to type in May as in the month May, and then you're going to search, And then you can, once it comes up, if it's gonna load, there we go. Which May's gonna bring up a lot more than just flowers. May is Lily of the Valley. So these are named with the month in the front and then the actual name of the flower at the end. So you kind of have to have an idea of what the birth flower is for each month. Like I said, go down in the description of this YouTube video and you can get it there. So I'm just going to show you how we're gonna do this with 1 month. And then we may play around with some others because there are gonna be some that are gonna be a little bit harder than others, but let's just start with this one. So to download a file from the Makers Gonna Learn website, you're gonna click this little arrow pointing down. What that is going to do is it is going to download it, and you can see up here in our downloads, it's going to download it as a zip file. So the reason that it downloads as a zip file is because we offer you both an SVG and a PNG version of most all of these files. I'm not gonna say every single one. One good example, this one right here is more than likely just gonna be offered in a PNG version because it kind of has that watercolor effect behind it. So things that are labeled print and cut normally just come in the PNG version. But other than that, like this one would have an SVG and a PNG. This one's gonna be an SVG and a PNG. Most all of our files, we try to give you both SVG and the PNG. So if you see it as a zip folder, that's why. So we're gonna double click that to open it up. You can see here it's zip. We double clicked it to unzip it, and here we can open up that folder, and you can see now that you have access to a PNG and an SVG. Dot says, is this similar to the garden flag you did a year ago? Yes, it is similar, but it's just a little bit different, but very, very similar. So once you have downloaded the months that you need, we are going to go back to Makers Gonna Learn because I like to grab everything that I need at the beginning, and then that way I have everything when I hop over to Design Space. I don't have to upload, go back and forth multiple times. I just like doing it all and batching things. So now I know that I need to go to my fonts because we are using a very specific font for this project today. And we are going to be using Sweetgrass is the name. Now this font does have glyphs that has the little swoosh at the end of the letter, and that's really gonna help you. It's going to be very important that you use a font that has glyphs like that for this project. So once again, to download anything from our website, you're gonna click this arrow pointing down. With fonts, you are going to install it onto your computer, so it's a little bit different than just downloading files. So we're gonna click that arrow pointing down. What's gonna happen now is you are still going to double click this. It is then going to come into your downloads as an OTF. So that's an open typeface font. What you are going to do from there is you are going to double click this. Now, if you are on a Mac, you double click. If you're on a PC, you may have to hit Control or Command or right click it and extract the font before you upload it into your character map. So they're called two different things, HP versus Mac. If it's a Mac, it's called a font book. That's where all of your fonts live. If it's a PC, it's called a character map. It's the exact same thing, just two separate names. So we're gonna double click this to open it up, and then I'm gonna click Install Font. Now, if you want to see if a font has glyphs, open up either your font book or your character map, and then we're gonna scroll down to the bottom, which we're already here at the bottom. So once it uploads, it'll come in and it'll pop in here. This is your regular font. If you are just to go top, here are your uppercase letters, here are your lowercase letters. But if you scroll on down past the letters with like the umlauts and all that stuff, tildes, I'm trying to think of all the different ones. If you scroll on down, you can see that there are glyphs. What this means is these certain letters will go together certain ways. So like a double T. Do they have a double T in here? Yeah, so here is a double, no, that's an I and a double T. But you can see different letters, like I said, different letters will go together differently. That could be a glyph, or scrolling on down here, we can see that these letters have the swoosh on the end, and then we have some letters that have the swoosh on the front. This is going to be super important for this font, or for this project, like I said. If you want to use a different font, if you don't like this one and you want to use a different font, you can check them out. Let me find another, I'm just trying to think of one that may have more glyphs. Is Max Patch? Yes, okay, Max Patch is one that also has glyphs. You can see here, this is just normal, or if when we scroll down, Max Patch has different glyphs that has like little curly cues or swooshes at the end. This one would be another good one that you could use for this specific project if you wanted to. So just keep in mind, that's how you look for fonts that have glyphs, and you can go through and pick one and see if it has a glyph or not, okay? Sorry, I was just reading some of your all's comments. Once we have that downloaded, we are ready to start designing. So we are going to pop over to Design Space. Now, another thing that you need to be aware of, if you have not used a font before, so for example, Sweetgrass may be a new font for you and you're not finding it in Cricut Design Space, what you need to always do once you download a new font onto your computer for Cricut Design Space to recognize that font, you need to come up here to where it says View, and you need to reload Design Space. What that is going to do is it is kind of going to restart Design Space, and it's going to pick up anything new that has been downloaded onto the computer that you can use in Design Space. It's going to pick that up. So pretty much if you download a new font, if you restart Design Space, it's going to pick up that new font in the software so that you can use it within the software as well. So make sure you reload, but if you have been working on something, make sure you hit that save button before you go and reload Design Space. Okay? Perfect. Now, if we are all ready, let's go ahead and start the design process.
Let's go.
So I'm going to come over here to upload. I'm going to upload image. I'm going to pull in my Finder just because I'm a drag and drop girly. For sure, a drag and drop girly. So I love to bring in my Finder. That way I can drag and drop exactly what I need into that box instead of having to go and try to find it. So I'm just going to drag and drop that in there, and then we are just going to upload this into Design Space. This is an SVG. We do want it as multiple layers. We don't want it as a flat graphic. If you choose flat graphic, it's going to turn it into a PNG. Like I said, we're wanting it to be an SVG, so we do it as, you can select multiple layers. This has no other colors, so we're just gonna select single layer. One color image, that's all we need. Continue, and then upload this onto our canvas, which it comes in huge. Huge. So we're just gonna size this down. Beautiful. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a text box. I'm going to come over here to my fonts. I'm going to my system fonts because we are looking for Sweetgrass. MGL Sweetgrass. And now we are ready to start designing everything. So I'm just going to use my name because May is my birth month, and I will just go from there. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to type the name out first. Why does this? Oh, this is weird. it keeps popping up to edit, double click the text. Like I didn't already know that. That must be new. That must be a new feature in Design Space. Not sure. Now, before I turn this sideways to start kind of fixing this the way that I want it, and before I start slicing things apart, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my glyphs and I'm going to make my name look like similar to what I want. So I know that I need an L kind of with the tail on it, so I'm going to come back over to my font book. I'm going to go to the MGL Sweetgrass. Okay, beautiful. And I am going to, actually, I'm going to up the, oh, is that? I'm going to up the size a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. And I'm going to find the L that has a tail on the front. There may not be one, but we're going to find out. Well, there's one, but that's not really what I'm looking for. That's an L on the end. I mean, I guess that's good enough. So to use a glyph in your design, select it. You can see here it's selected because it has turned blue. From there, I'm going to Command C, and what that does is copies it. And then I'm going to toggle back over to Design Space. I'm going to double click that so that I am editing the text, and then I'm going to Command V it right back in there. It's really that simple. We're going to do it again together, but we're going to do it for the end. So I'm going to delete this N. I'm going to toggle back over to my font book. I'm going to find the N that has the tail at the end of it, like this one. Going to highlight it to make sure that it is selected. Command or Control C. So we're copying. A lot of times if you're on a PC, you can just right click and copy. You can use keyboard shortcuts. It's harder to right click on a Magic Mouse, and because of that, I like to use keyboard shortcuts. So for me, it's Command C. For you, it might be Control C. But we're just going to copy, and then I'm going to hop back over to Design Space. Now I'm still in editing mode because that cursor is flashing, and I'm just going to paste that back in there. And that's it. It's really that simple. Boom. And now you have the stem of your flower. You have a little bit at the bottom and you have a little bit here to work with. So now we're ready to turn this sideways at 270 degrees. Also, I don't know if you all know this, but let's just say you start here. You can manually shift and rotate this way by hovering. So if it has the diagonal arrow, that's going to be up and down. The sideways arrow is going to be out, and that's just moving your text box. And then that curved arrow is where you can do this. But if you are a very precise person and you like to make things even, I like to come up here to this top where it says rotate, and I know my degrees, and I know that I need it to go, if it went 90, it's going to be opposite. So the L is going to be toward the flower and the N is going to be at the bottom, which that might be the look you're going for, if that's what you want. So I know I need 270 degrees. I'm just going to type in 270, and it does it perfectly up and down for me. Just a little hacky hack for you guys. So now that you have your name with the glyphs exactly how you want it, we're going to start manipulating the flowers. Now this is where it might get a little bit tricky depending on what flower that you use. And another thing that you all can think about is possibly using parts of the stem as like pieces in the flower as well. And I'll show you how you could do that with certain ones, okay? So what we're gonna do now, I want this middle portion here for sure to be the top part of my flower. So I'm going to grab a shape. I'm just gonna grab a square. I'm gonna pull it over here, and I'm actually going to change it from a basic shape to a guide. Now, the reason that I'm turning this to a guide is because I can see through this guide to see exactly where this is going to cut, okay? And that's why for the longest time, I did not know that you could slice with the guide. So I do really enjoy slicing with the guide and making sure that I get it exactly the way that I want it. And what I'm doing now is I'm trying to get as much of the stem and as little of these edges as I can. Now, before I slice it, just in case I do something wrong, I always like to duplicate what I'm working on so I don't have to go back to my uploads and add it back to my canvas. I just like to duplicate it so I have the same size. But once you kind of have it even, you are ready to slice. Now, you are going to get little bits and pieces in there. Trust me, you are, but that's okay. I'm going to show you how to get rid of it, okay? So once we have it positioned where we wanted it, I'm going to drag and select both my guide and my lily of the valley that we're working with. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to duplicate my guide as well and just move it over to the side so that I have another one of those. So you have them both selected. We're going to come down here to the bottom where it says slice, and we're going to slice these two pieces apart. Think of this like a cookie cutter. We are slicing through the cookie dough and we want just one single thing of the cookie. So I'm going to delete this out, delete that, and now I have this piece that I can manipulate. Okay? So what I'm going to do to manipulate this now, if you wanted to, we could come back in here and slice all of these off, but let me zoom in and I'll show you. Because none of these pieces over here are touching this middle piece that I want, I can come here to contour and I can contour out all of these other little tiny pieces. And I don't have to go to slice anymore. I can just contour them out. And now I am left with a beautiful floral stem that I can now bring in and make fit here. Now this might be a little tricky. You see how it's kind of wonky there. We're gonna play around with it and we're gonna make it work, because I don't think this looks good because that's way too far away. That doesn't look good. So we're just gonna play around with a few little things. I do kind of think this one looks good, but I think it would look better if we had some little lily of the valley coming off of this side and maybe even this side, which is why I decided to keep this piece here so that I can now manipulate and add more. Sharna says, could you flip it? Absolutely, you can flip this and I'll show you what it looks like. So let's flip it this way. We can flip it and it does look really good when you flip it, and it goes very well with that. So if you wanted to just use one stem, what I would do if that was me, let's just go ahead. Let's duplicate this, and I'm going to show you a couple different ways to do this. So we're going to duplicate both of these. I'm going to show you how I would do it to make it connect this way, and then let's flip this one back the opposite way, back to where it was, and I'll show you how I would connect it. Let's say if I wanted to connect it down here and add more lily of the valley on the other side, okay? So if I were to flip it, this is what I would do to make this work, because right now I still don't feel like, let me zoom out just a little bit and let me move these over here out of this way so that I can kind of see what we're doing. Beautiful. So I still don't think that it lines up as much as I would like for it to here. We can manipulate and move this around, but I really want this to look seamless. So we did use glyphs, but this still needs to be cut off. So I'm going to kind of, let's change this to pink right now so that I can see where we're at. And now I'm going to, once again, come over here to my shapes. I'm going to grab a square. We're going from basic cut to guide. We're going to make it a lot smaller. Beautiful. And I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to place that guide exactly where I want it to slice off the end of that letter N. And we can also move that. I think that fits better. Maybe even, that stem is pretty long. So let's cut it off there. I think it fits there. And then let's move our guide. Zoom in if you have to. We're at a 600 right now. So now you can see our guide and our flower touch exactly where it needs to go. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to, oh, that's my slice result. I don't need that. Is that it? There we go. All I'm going to do is hide this. I'm not moving it. I'm not touching it. I'm just selecting it from my layers panel and I'm gonna hide it like this. Now you can see we have our guide and our name. So I am going to select this guide and select the name. We're gonna have to zoom out so you can see a little bit better. Oh, wrong name. We're gonna select both of these and now we're gonna slice again. So we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna maybe hold on to it, maybe not get rid of it necessarily right now, and then pop our flower back in there. We can change the color of our flower now back to black, and then select these both, combine, unite. Ta-da!
So cute.
And it's all going to be about manipulation. This whole project is going to all be about manipulation and manipulating these names and flowers to fit together to make it look seamless. So once again, you can see we've done that here. So let me go back over here and show you what I would do if, let's say, the design called for the flower going the opposite way. So it's just finding, the trick with this project is finding where the florals look the best and how it flows with the name. No matter what name, no matter what floral piece it is, it's all about finding what works and maybe even trying something different. So remember I said I wanted to try something going this way, but that it was missing something here. So in my brain, it looks like it would look good if maybe I cut off like this little guy here. So once again, just in case I need any more, I'm gonna duplicate that, move it to the side, keeping the size of the flower the same because you don't wanna change that. We're going to come back over here and I want it to be a pretty solid slice. So let's do it this way. And I'm going to slice off just these little guys here to kind of come off the edge of this and just right over there, just kind of like lay over there. So we're gonna select both of these and I'm going to come down here to the bottom. I'm going to select slice. And then we will get rid of these and then bring this over. Now, it's not looking exactly like I thought it would look. But that's why that we can still manipulate this a little bit more. I think that I should have sliced it a little closer, maybe. Let's see. Oh no, I just squished it. That also doesn't look right to me. It's all about manipulation and playing around with it. So I'm gonna grab another shape, we're gonna grab a square again and we'll turn it into a guide again. And I think maybe we need to try these little guys, like the ones just right off the side here. So I'm gonna zoom in. I'm going to manipulate this like that. Bring that over to that edge as close as I can. Now I know I'm gonna have to contour. I can see right there I'm gonna have to contour a little bit out. And now let's zoom in just a little bit more so that I'm not beautiful. And we will select here, select both of these, and we're gonna slice. And then we'll get rid of this, and this, and this, and then we'll contour out that guy at the top. Now let's see if we can zoom out and see if these fit better than the ones that I was talking about. So I do actually, I think I like that better than what I was thinking. And one thing you can do, what I do love about this is we can overlap these two, and once we bring them together, you won't be able to see that, which this is, let me show you what I mean. Let me change this color to pink. You see how these are overlapping? Not a problem, because when we go back and we combine them together, it's all going to become one image. So let's go ahead and change this back to black. And let me change the name to black because I think it comes in as that gray color. Anyway, I don't hate this at all, and I actually don't even mind that little guy there. So it's just about manipulation and finding what works for the names that you are working with and the design that you are going for. And then once you get everything placed exactly where you want it, then you're going to select every little piece in that. Make sure you come down here to combine and unite that together, and then it all becomes one layer. It really is that simple. So let's work with another flower. I feel like Lily of the Valley could be pretty simple sometimes. So let's work with another flower. Let's go back, because honestly, repetition and you all seeing somebody doing it and seeing different ways of doing it is going to help you the most. So Sadie, you are I'm
an
August baby. That's what I thought. Yes. August. So let's go with August. August is poppies. Poppies are some of my favorite.
I love them so much.
Poppies are beautiful. So we're gonna do Sadie's name, and I'll show you what I would do for Sadie's, especially because the poppy one, there are multiple pieces in this. So I just wanna make sure you all know exactly how to do this. So once again, we're gonna download the flower that we need. You're gonna make sure you unzip that file. We're gonna pop back over to Design Space. We're gonna grab a text. We're still using Sweetgrass, so we'll do Sadie. And then we will go to Uploads. We're gonna upload image. We're gonna bring our Finder back into view. We're going to pull in the SVG of the poppy. We're gonna go to Continue. And then we're going to upload. Now, once again, this comes in very large, so we're just going to size it down accordingly. And then we need to go ahead and grab those glyphs for this font. So we're gonna pop our font book back in here. We are going to find the S that has the tail on the front side. Maybe. There it is. We're going to copy. We're gonna go back to Design Space. And we're going to paste that S in there. Go back to the font book. We are going to find the E that has the tail at the end. Actually, what was the other font? Max Patch. Let's try it with Max Patch, just so you all can see how we do it. with a different font. So let me grab another text box. Let's go over here to Max Patch. Now Max Patch is a lot thicker, so you do have to keep that in mind. It may not work for Max Patch. Let me just, let's look and see what it looks like. I can already tell you it's probably not going to, because that's really, really thick. But let's just see what let's see what the glyphs looks like. And if it's too bad, then we'll just not do it. But I'm gonna play around with it just so you all can see. O, P, Q, R, there's an S. Do we want the little, I think I like these better. S here, copy. Nope, I don't want it all. I'm just gonna delete this and paste. Oh wow, that's a really long tail. So it may be more, so if you have a longer name, Max Patch may work better. It just depends. So we need to grab that E, which is here. Copy. And paste. And then we're going to rotate it 270 degrees. Now, like I said, this is a pretty, but honestly, once we get those glyphs on there, it gives me a lot more room to work with the stem. So maybe it will work. So I'm just gonna show you how it would work with a different font with glyphs. Because I do think we have a poppy. Yes, Emerson is also an August baby. So you can see here for this one, what we have done with this poppy, we've just added the floral piece to the very end of it. You can still do that with this one, or you can play around with it a little bit. Let's see what we come up with. So the first thing, once again, coming back over here to shapes, we're gonna grab a shape. We're going to change it from a basic cut to a guide. That way we can just see through it and know exactly what we're slicing. And then we're going to size this accordingly. I do want to duplicate this because I know that I want another piece to this, I think. And we'll make this a little bit longer so that we have more of this stem to work with. And then we are going to select both of these and slice. We'll move this away, delete, delete, and then we're going to contour out those other pieces that we don't need. Contour, contour, contour. Does anyone have any questions so far? Have you been seeing any questions, Sadie?
Not so far.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so once again, it's all about going with the flow of the font. And right here, this curve in this font wasn't really matching with the stem of that flower. So I'm once again gonna grab a shape. We're changing it to a guide. Yes, I know that we did add that glyph in there, but we want to, we wanna make sure everything works and flows together, okay? So what I'm doing, I feel like this flower will fit right there pretty well. I might rotate it just a smidgen here in just a second, but I think that's where I want the flower piece to start. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hide that, select both of these, and then we're gonna slice the end of that glyph off really quickly. And then we're going to bring the poppy back in, and then I think I'm just going to rotate it just a smidgen to fit that a little bit better. And then we'll bump it over, and maybe even just a hair more. This is where you're gonna have to take advantage of this zoom to make sure that it goes together well. Now we're just going to make these both the same color, and then we'll zoom out and combine, unite. Boom. I mean, I don't hate that. It looks more like a single stem flower.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. So it's really just going to depend on what you like and what you want. Now, I do think it would be really pretty to add one of these leaves on the side. So I'm going to show you how I would do that. Let's go ahead and delete this out. And let's grab another box. We're just slicing away, guys, just slicing away, changing it from a basic cut to a guide. We're going to zoom back in. Once again, I just need this little leaf, but I have to make sure it gets cut off so I can contour out everything else. Like I have to make sure it's its own little person here, about like that. Select these, slice. We're going to see how this slice result turns out. Not really. I think we can make it work. I can work with this. Okay, contour, we're going to contour this. We're going to contour up here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this leaf over here. Right there. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. I think I need to slice this little guy off. I know this is just me being meticulous, but y'all, the devil is in the details. Trust me. If you want it to look good, the devil is in the details. So we're just going to slice that little tail off there. Select these, slice, get rid of this, get rid of that, and get rid of that. Bring that there. Oh no, I just moved it. Hold on. Okay, let's move this back where I want it. That's not it. Turn it just a smidgen. That's where I want it. Select all of that, combine, unite. Boom.
Boom.
Is that something that I have missed?
Is it a little tiny speck?
Do you see that little tiny speck?
Girl, I am blind. I can't see nothing.
Undo, unite. Hold on. That's not where it's at. Where is it at? Or is it on the screen? Nope, it's moving with that. It is moving with that. So let's come back to undo, unite, and figure out where that speck is coming from. There. It's right here. Where is it?
I see it on my screen. It's like a little flea. It's so small.
It's so tiny.
You really had me thinking I had something on my screen too.
Okay, let's figure it out. Let's work with it again. I bet it's all, there it is. There it is. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it, guys.
Yay.
Beautiful. Now let's just move this back. Move this over here where we want it. We're going to select them all, combine, and unite them back together. Beautiful.
Cute.
Love it. And that's it. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Max Patch is the second font that I used. Just in case you were curious, I really like the Sweetgrass. It all just depends on what style you're going for, to be real honest. Oh, there's something in there that I think, yep, that Holly forgot to contour this little guy right there. Did you see that?
It was so tiny.
Beautiful. Okay, so now I'm actually just going to delete out mine and Sadie's names.
Forget us.
Bye, guys. And we're going to cut this other one, and we're going to make this sweatshirt. I'm going to make sure the sizing is correct. So if you are doing this as a sweatshirt or a t-shirt, whatever, what you're going to do, you do need to measure your area that you're working with. So let me grab a measure. I literally just had one on this table.
There's a measuring tape over here. Like this.
Got it.
Okay.
Appreciate it, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is currently 7.5, so we want it a little bit bigger. I think I want it to go, we'll go to 11.5 or 11. So I'm going to size this up. I'm just going to keep the size aspect ratio locked here, and I'm going to change that from 7.6 to, let's go to 11.5. Beautiful. Let's zoom out, make sure we still look good. So that means that it is 6 inches in height. If it's 11.5, let's go back down to 11 inches in width. And that makes it like 5 inches in height, which is more of what I'm looking for. So I like the 11 inches in width, 5 inches in height. Beautiful. Also, I don't want, if you all see my janky thumbnail, sorry about it. Sorry about it.
Are you gonna tell them the story?
So over the 2-week company shutdown, y'all, I had a pretty, actually, it was not over. It was the first day of company shutdown, if we're being honest.
The first day?
It was the Friday that I left here to go get my nails done.
Lauren.
I had gotten my nails done at 3 o'clock on that Friday.
That's just offensive.
And
That's
by
awful.
6:30, it was gone. By
Did you take
6:30.
back your nail to the salon and be like, can I get a refund?
I still have my nail. I just took it out of my purse. I just took it out of my purse. It's my new show and tell item in case anybody was wanting to
Put it on
know.
the shelf.
It is.
Frame it.
It's in my jewelry box now.
That's
Thank you.
crazy.
So yeah, I extracted my thumbnail completely away from my thumb. So
That is horrible.
sorry.
So sad.
So I will have a janky nail for the foreseeable future. Okay, back to share screen. We are going to the make it screen. We are cutting this on a 12 by 12 mat with black HTV. I did not mean to do that. That should have been deleted. Let's just hide that object. And now what we are going to do is we are going to mirror our design. Okay? From there, we're gonna go to continue. Somebody did ask a question. Let's see, where did you find the font book? Doris, if you will if you're talking about the font book on your computer, if you will just, if you have a Mac and you command spacebar, you're gonna pull up your Spotlight search and you just type in font book from there. If you're on a PC and you go down to the bottom left corner where it says like your hub, it's kind of the start menu. If you go down there, there should be a search bar. If you're on a PC, you're gonna have to type in character map, okay? Now that we are there, back to our share screen, we're cutting this on everyday iron-on with our fine point blade, and we are going to load this bad boy in, and we are going to turn our mini easy press on. Anyway, we're going to use our true control knife. I'm gonna cut this out. I'm leaving this on the mat, but I am cutting away the excess. Like these. And this is definitely gonna be one that I'm gonna have to use the pin tool with because she's tiny. In the middle of these holly berries, they're gone. They gone. They gone. This may have been a little overambitious of me, actually. We probably could have just stopped at the design, but we're going, we're seeing it through. We got to see it through, my boy. Got to see it through. Okay, we're done.
She's cute.
We're done? We're done. I'm just checking and making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. I think we're good. I don't need to iron my hair in there though, so let me get that off. Beautiful. So now, all we're gonna do, I'm going to line this up. Little hack, I like to find the middle by placing my designs side by side and then getting that middle line there. And now I can line it up with the middle line of the crease of the shirt. And then we're ironing this down. Mini easy press, heat setting of 2. after this, we're gonna do a peel and we'll be done. I think this might be a shirt for Holly's mom. She gonna be excited. And that's it. Look how cute.
That is so darling.
I love
That's
it.
so cute. I need to make one for my Nana. I feel like every year we always get her a gift with all of her grandbabies' names.
Yes.
She would die over that. It's so cute.
I love it.
Take care of you. So let's go ahead. I'm so excited to talk about today's project. This is so fun. Let's go overhead and I just want to show them, Lauren. I mean, look.
So cute.
Adorable. So this could be a full set. You could do individual. I would love to do a set for just one person with different pictures of their kids, their grandkids, anything like that. And we're going to design one of these today. And it's so simple. I could probably break this down into 1, 2, 3, about 4 steps is all the design work required for today's project. Now, there are some people here that are brand new to sublimation. If you're brand new to sublimation, oh my gosh, here's the thing. I promise you, sublimation is not hard, and there's a lot of stuff to pick up. So here is what I want to let you guys know. When it comes to sublimation, you want to make sure that you understand the value here. One of the biggest values of being able to sublimate is that you get your printer, you get the ink in the printer, and then you get to print whatever you want. So whereas we are a Cricut crafter, we have to have all the different colors of vinyl, all the different paper, all the different heat transfer vinyl, all the different glitter, all of that, okay? This, if you look at the table, Lauren, it's not overwhelming whatsoever.
No, there are very minimal supplies when it comes to sublimation. It's pretty much gonna be your printer, your blank, and your heat source.
Yeah,
for the most part. There are other little things that you will need, but for the most part, those are gonna be your biggest supplies.
Yeah, I wanted to add the tape. We have heat resistant tape today. We have the actual blank, which is just a sublimation ready blank. You must have sublimation. You must have a printer.
Yes.
And you must have a heating source. Today we do have a pressing pad, which we'll talk through.
Butcher's paper.
Butcher's paper is also really good to have. We have some of that down here. I'll grab that. This is what butcher's paper looks like. People ask me all the time, Tanner, could I use parchment paper? Could I use anything else? No. Butcher's paper is the #1 thing to use. We will talk about that. So this is about everything you need, guys. It's not a lot of stuff, but when it comes to sublimation, you need a printer that is good, okay? That is why we're giving away a SureColor Epson printer today. This is a ready-to-go sublimation printer. Most printers on the market, you buy a printer, then you have to go buy the ink, and it's separate. I love this one because it's perfect for a beginner. It's perfect for someone that wants to sublimate, and especially anything that's smaller like this is a perfect project. The reason people get oversized printers, like larger printers than this size right here, they're doing a lot of sweatshirts. They're doing a lot of t-shirts. They're doing a lot of full prints, okay? Let's go over here to Design Space. You may say, Tanner, what in the world are you designing in Design Space for a sublimation project? Well, my friend, you could use Canva, you could use Cricut Design Space, or really any design platform you want. I love to teach from this one right here because all of my friends on YouTube know this platform. Okay, so step 1, we are going to measure our coaster. So let's just measure it. And when you measure your coaster, it is a little less than 4, so 3 3/4 by, I'm assuming, 3 3/4. Okay, beautiful. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to add a shape. And we're going to add the little curved edges from the free area of Cricut. We're gonna go here and we're gonna size it a little bit bigger than 3 3/4. So I'm gonna do 3 point, let's just go ahead and do 4. And the reason why is we purposely want to create some edges, okay? So we want to kind of remember that we can have a little bit excess. So this is, yeah, it's the same size. So 4 inches, it gives us room for error. Now, how do I get Design Space to open without an account? Julie, you can create a Design Space account completely free. Do not feel like you have to have a Cricut to use Design Space. That's just not true. I love recommending people to get an account even before they consider using it. So before they even buy a machine. Okay, so now we're just gonna pick our background color. You can go through this advanced area and add your own colors. You can play around with this, test out different colors. You can see like what color you want, anything like that. Love that one, so we're gonna stick with it. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to add our background, all right? Notice that we have a background image here. All this is one of our files, and we duplicated it, okay? I'm going to kind of share with you how to get there. Once you're a member of Maker's Gonna Learn, you will be able to come to any project, any video on our YouTube channel and make it. So you would just click the link in that description, pick out that floral file right here, and it would pop over. If you're new and you are just here for fun, for free this week, that's fine. You've got it in your file folder. So feel free to just get it from that zip folder. I'm just showing how it will be on a normal day after you join. So you'll open that floral egg and we have it. So let's go over here and we're just gonna go to upload. And we are going to click upload image. We are going to drag and drop the SVG. Press continue. Our files are always good to go. So I just went ahead and sized it. I'm going to rotate this like maybe 30. Oh, excuse me. I want to rotate this maybe. No, maybe I need to go -30. -30? Beautiful. So I just want to kind of like have it curved a little bit. You see what I'm doing here? I want to have one here. I'm going to size it up a little. Beautiful. I'm going to change that color. So I'm going to go here, and same thing as we did in our background. I may start with our background, and then I'm just going to go darker. Now, you might be like, Tanner, why does it look so good on the middle like example, but it looks like it's not as good here? It's because it still thinks it's a cut. So let's just go ahead and tell it to print and cut. Boom. Did you guys see that? Let's do that again. I'm going to zoom in. So if we go undo, this is what it looks like when it is a cut. Look what happens. You go from Operation Basic Cut to Operation Print and Cut. I'm going to leave it right here just so you can see this change. If you're trying to multitask, come back to me, because when you're designing for sublimation, this is very important, okay? So let's click Print and Cut. Boom, now it's beautiful, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy, duplicate. I got a second one. I'm going to go from rotate 330 to 90 and have that right about here. Beautiful. I like working a little zoomed out so I can see what's happening. But notice how just rotating the image, rotating the design around a little bit will allow you to kind of have a new feel, new look. Super, super fun. Now, I am not going to go ahead and combine slice this yet. Here is what I end up liking to do. I like to upload my image, make sure that I like the positioning of the image before doing any of that, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that photo from your phone onto your device. If your phone has AirDrop, you can do what I'm doing, and it's gonna be super, super fun. If you're like, Tanner, I don't have this technology, I don't have an iPhone, I love to recommend email yourself the picture.
Yes.
Email yourself the picture, download it on your device, super simple. We're going to open up our photo, and we're just going to go find a picture that we want, which I had one. Whoops. I had one that I wanted. Where's my favorites? Okay, first of all, my little boy has started using his tower, at his Grammy's house. Like, can we just give him a shout out? Like, he can't even walk, but he climbed up there himself. Anyway, go Colton. I'm gonna find a picture of all three of my little boys, and we can decide, do we want, just because I have both, I could do the vertical or the horizontal photo of all three of them. I'm trying to think what would be best. I may do the vertical photo and not the horizontal. I kind of like that since it's a square, having a more squared photo, but also this guy in the background is just not my vibe. So
Well, you can edit that out.
I know, but we're keeping it super simple today. So we'll just work with this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. It will pop up all these people you could text it to or AirDrop. So if you go to AirDrop, you'll see that I could send it to Courtney because she's here in the office. I could send it to my device, which is my Mac Mini, which is what we need to get it on. I'm just gonna click Mac Mini. Okay, and then you'll hear things happening. I could send it over to Alicia. Alicia needs that picture too. I'll send it to her too. So then look, oh my gosh, pop back over to my computer. Look what just happened. Here it is. It popped up in my downloads. That easy. I did not open this. It just popped up, okay? Also sent this little picture over. Look at Brayden. Look at him on his little, oh my gosh.
That one would be so good on that
He's
though.
so cute. Yeah, this one really does match the vibe of the colors.
It
Oh my
does.
gosh. I took this on a film camera. It's so cute. Yeah, so we could do this one. Look at that. Look at this. They've been working on this church for 150 years. Crazy. Okay, we'll play with this one. Okay, so let's go over here. We're gonna go to upload, and then we're gonna go upload image. Love it. Why do you like Macs over PCs? They're so much better. I love them. Once you get a Mac, you'll never go back. They're so great for designing. You'll just follow the questions saying yes, yes for your photo, all right? So now you'll press continue for that flat graphic, and then we'll click upload. And it is a very large quality image. So fun, so fun. So yeah, MacBook Airs are amazing. The batteries are great. There's so many great things about it. What's the difference between an Air and a Pro? That's such a great question. The Pro has better processing power. So you'll just get more processing power, more things like that. But if you are just running applications like Canva, applications like Cricut, applications like Google Documents, things like that, you're totally fine. Oh, look at little Brayden. Would you look at him? Look at him. Okay, this is adorable. This is adorable. Okay, I may go a different route when it comes to the font. I'm thinking we may need like a little white to pop his name out right here.
I don't know that I wouldn't put it up there at the top of the church.
That would be fun. That'd be fun. So yeah, you can play around with that. We're using a really fun font today. This font is, I just had it in my head. We love being able to top out like Brayden, for example, and then seeing the preview over here. So you can see this one, Brookline, Hector, Soho. Oh my gosh, Soho's adorable. Collins, Hooks, Flector. Oh my gosh, all these good ones. But Stella Rosa. Ooh,
Love it.
Yes, love it, love it, love it. Kathy, go ahead and email hi@makersgonnalearn.com. Ooh, Shay. Okay, why didn't nobody tell me about Shay?
Shay's a good
Hey,
one.
Shay. Love that. So fun. So anyway, yeah, you can play around. There's so many good ones.
Zephyr
guys.
is one of my new favorites.
This one?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, adorable. That one's fun. All these are fun. So good. So good. Okay, so let's pop back over. We can, one thing that we're loving about Makers Learn Fonts lately is you can go to System Fonts, and if you just search, if you've been downloading any of the newest fonts, you'll notice that we've added MGL to a lot of our fonts. So you can see, I'm gonna use this one. Look at this, look at this. Okay, this one's how'd you pronounce
Zephyr.
that? Zephyr. Love it. We do all lowercase.
I love all lowercase.
I know. Okay, Lauren, what color should we do so we don't feel like we have to add an offset? I'm not against an offset here. I'm trying to see what would make sense. I kind of love this corner though. It's just so dark down here. And I love the picture being a little bigger. Should we do a little white offset? What do you think?
I can't really see. Change
It's
it
just
to.
harder to, yeah, let me
Change
zoom
it
in.
to. Yeah, zoom it in.
It's just hard to read the BR. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think? Let's see what it looks like with a white offset.
Okay.
I'm not against
I would
an
do.
offset.
I don't know that I wouldn't do the same color as your background offset.
Yeah.
That way
yeah,
that
yeah.
it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I would probably end up doing. I keep saying white offset. I just mean a offset. Yes. Okay. So let's go ahead and add an offset. Nothing crazy. This is crazy. We just need us a little something. We need us something a little smaller than that.
I
Oh,
think that one will be good.
Okay, let's click apply. This is a 0.049. And then the dark black, we're going to change it to...
That's not. That one is it.
Is that too much? Let's zoom out. We're at...
Well, it's going to look different.
Oh,
First of all, change the color of the name to black instead of gray.
Yes, love that.
Because it populates in as gray. So change it to black and that's going to make it pop more.
And that
and
offset
then
needs
when
to
you
be uprightly down. Okay, Brayden. It's cute.
Yeah.
Okay, now, last but not least, two last steps. Love it, love it, love it. All we're going to do is we're going to pick our shape here, our background. We're going to click slice. Beautiful. Pull that off. Delete. We're going to send this layer to the back. Arrange. Send to back. And we're going to rinse and repeat for this one. So we select here. You can only slice 2 layers at a time. Think of it as a cookie slice. So you'll press slice. When you slice it, it freaks out. You're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? No worries. Just go to your furthest back layer and go to arrange, send to back. For anyone that would like to screenshot this, I'll leave it open just for another second. So good, love it, love it, love it. And boom. And one thing we want to do is put these little, we can just move the photo to the front. Bring forward. But now we want to bring our little offset. Oh no. Ta-da, okay, I fixed it. And then I want to bring this layer behind the photo. Where's my photo at? Here's my photo.
I can't even see from here.
No, it's okay. I'm like playing around here. So look, the layers panel, I don't know if you guys ever have done this. I have not, I've never taught this way. Wait, was this an extra layer?
So when you sliced, you sliced the main back.
There we go.
Yeah.
And delete that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then this one probably has an extra layer too. Oh, look at this. I'm messing this. Yeah. Okay, we're hiding some of these. Let me undo. Okay. Beautiful. Then I'm going to take this photo and I'm going to move it. I'm moving this up. No. I've really tripped myself up here, y'all.
Do you want me to come over there and help? Because I can't see from here.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I just got my layers a little warped up. I'm going to not send to the back. I'm going to send backwards, which means it's going behind one. There we go. And then I'm going to do this same thing with here. Not send to the back,
just send backwards.
And then this layer is not needed. By layer. No, I needed that layer. Oops. And then I need to find this layer. There we go. And this layer needs to go backwards. Sometimes when you slice, you have a few extras. Here's why I didn't do this sooner, was because I really wanted this to be, oh my gosh, I messed this up again. I wanted to make sure I loved the positioning. Send send backwards. I've selected the wrong layer. Arrange, send backwards. Why is this not moving? Carla, I've really messed up my layers, and this is my apologies.
Well, okay, so what happened is when you sliced, it turned it back into a basic cut, which I think is
Yes,
what's
and we'll
getting you
fix it.
confused
Yeah.
with your layers.
Love it. And then I'm gonna bring my text box.
And honestly, I don't know. I kind of think I
It's
love.
not bad either.
I think I
It's
love
really
the
not
one in the
bad.
top right corner in front of the picture and the one at the bottom left behind the picture.
Yeah, it's really not bad. But look, if you want it, now that I have looked at it a lot more than I ever thought I would, I don't mind this one, like you were saying, being a top layer. So look, if you want to take this layer, what I was going to explain to you guys is that the layers panel, the lower down a layer is, it goes in that order. So look what happens. If I bring it above the photo, boom. But if you don't like that, you can simply go like, boom. Notice how easy that is. Normally here at Make Yours Learn, we don't teach that way. We don't teach layers panel in that way. I normally don't use it. But what I like to do sometimes, very few times, I'm gonna use the layers panel in this way, where it's like, oh, I can move things around. And I think this is a great project to have it. Now, I'm in love with it. I'm not messing with it. Pray about it, talk to somebody else about it. I'm in love, okay? We're gonna select all of this, okay? We're gonna click flatten. Flatten merges selected layers into a single layer, turning it into a printable image for print and cut, or what Cricut doesn't know is we're just gonna use it for sublimation. Woohoo! So we're gonna select this right here, and we're gonna click flatten. Beautiful.
So cute.
We made the little Braden coaster, the little Barcelona Braden coaster. I'm in love with it, guys. Do this for all your people. Yeah, it's such a fun thing to learn, and we normally never teach it, so super good. I'm gonna hide these layers because we may want these later. We're not using them for today's project. And then bada bing, bada boom. Love it, love it, love it. Now, once you're ready, let's click Make It. Here it is. It's print and cut ready, y'all. Print and cut ready. If you want, you could go ahead and see if you can fit 2 on a sheet. Boom, 2 on a sheet, y'all.
So now you get one and Courtney gets one.
Yeah, we all can have one. So we'll press continue. We're going to send to printer. Don't worry about the Cricut. Make sure you have that new shirt color because one of you is taking home the shirt color. And on here, the shirt color is SC.
Yes.
Love it, love it, love it. For bleed, turn bleed on. Turn that on and click use system dialog and click print. I'm not gonna go into all the specifics about sublimation because here's the thing. Depending on the printer you select, depends on your presets, depends on your fill in the blank that you'll want to consider, okay? Under color matching, I will mention, some of you are asking, do I need to mirror? Here's the question. I want you to understand, depending on your printer and your setup, will depend if you need to mirror.
Yes.
Will depend on if you want to use a different color profile.
Yes.
Anything like that.
So there are some printers that are pre-set up for sublimation.
The Sure Color.
Epson Sure Color being one of them, the Sawgrass being another. Those printers will automatically mirror your image. Anything that is printed
Yes.
from those printers
It's
will
automatic.
be automatically mirrored. You can have a preset that you create, which we go over in
And
the
we teach
sublimation
that.
course.
I love for printers that are not sublimation ready, as in a Sure Color or a Sawgrass, the presets are so fun.
Yeah.
Making sure you have the right printer set up in this scenario requires a little bit more brain power. And I need to do this. I need to turn this on. We're going to heat this on this heat press. I don't care what heat element you have, as long as it's the size of your project.
Yes.
So, and it can get to 380 degrees. Love it, love it, love it. I'm at 310, so I'm going up to 380. Beautiful. So we're going to 380 degrees. So I'm just going to use those Epson color controls
Yes.
because they're great. And it's automatically go mirror that for me.
I would do color sync.
Ooh, we're color
So
syncing.
the reason that I would do color sync on this one is because
We
color
want true.
color sync means that it syncs to the colors that you have on the screen. The Epson color controls gives
like
you a
its color.
deeper
Yeah.
color, and if you are printing, let's say, beiges or skin tones,
Like we're doing.
they tend to be more on the darker,
Yes.
what we like to call in the sublimation world, burnt side of things.
So fun. So fun. Look how fast this printed out. Look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a pair of scissors, which are right here, and we're just gonna cut this out. One thing to know, if you're doing like how I did it with Cricut, you don't wanna print out these little print and then cut
Registration marks.
registration marks. We don't need those anymore. Because we're sublimating. We have hacked the Cricut, y'all. We're like, you know what? Here's the way I think. If you feel comfortable in Design Space like I do, if you've been using Cricut as long as me, it's comfortable, it's fun. You can do that. Be careful touching any of this because if I scratch it, that is gonna be a true reflection of my design. Okay? Now, next step. You wanna make sure you clean this, like no fingerprints, no dust, nothing like that. Once you're ready to go, I want you to place your coaster down, focusing in on the word Braden, okay? Focusing in on Braden, all right? Now, I'm going to cut it based on the Braden. I had Braden pretty far over to an edge. Not the best tip because I purposely made this a little bit bigger so that if any mistakes happen, I won't be able to tell. So once you're good, I'm using heat-resistant tape, and I'm going to secure this down. Now again, make sure you preheated your piece to your heating plate of easy press, heat press, whatever you want. This is what it should be like. We are actually going to heat this face down, so cork up and image down. This is how we'll heat it. We will grab butcher's paper, but I'm going to do one at a time. It's 380 degrees for 50 seconds. What I'm going to do is use a pressing pad. This is going to help get tremendous results. What we'll do is heat this up first, then we will add, this is what our sandwich will be. It'll be pressing pad, butcher's paper, so I'll go ahead and rip some off. It'll be butcher's paper, it will be design, and it'll be more butcher's paper. We have put our sandwich.
Yes.
Pressing pad preheated, butcher's paper. Then we've taped our image down, which we did together, another piece of butcher's paper. We will now press it down, and this is for 55 seconds. So that's a long time, you know? Or excuse me, 50 seconds, sorry.
Yeah. And you will, if you do this, you are going to need a heat glove because like I said, these coasters are metal.
We love our heat
They're
glove,
gonna
y'all.
be hot.
Yes, laminating sheets are great. Okay, so let's go ahead and open this up. I like to go slow. Love it, love it. Where can we buy the butcher's paper and pressing pillow? From our favorite place, Amazon.com. So we can see here. We can let this cool. We'll do a reveal. And then we'll press the other one just so that we have. So if anyone has any questions, let us know. Here's the results of the other ones. And then I'm impatient. I got a show to put on. So let's see if that, was that enough? What do we think? What do we think?
It didn't do it at all?
No.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay, LOL.
LOL.
This happened to Holly the very first time,
What
and I went
happened?
back and pressed it, and it worked fine for me.
Nuh-uh.
Swear.
What do you think's different?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Ask her. Ask her. The first time she ever did it, she was like, Lauren, what did I do wrong? And I went and pressed it, and it was fine.
I mean, we're going to
Press it
press it
again.
one more time.
Press
We're
it
gonna
again.
Press it again. Should we flip it?
No.
Okay. Now, I may have messed up a corner.
Or, yeah, try it.
I mean, we're at, oh,
Did you let
Guys,
it heat up?
it's technically not even at 380 degrees. We're only at 280. Well,
That's
maybe
why.
it,
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this because I
That's
know
hilarious.
everybody's gonna say, well, I press with it face up.
Yeah.
Yes, most of the time we do too.
Yes.
With this one, you can press face up or face down.
Yeah.
That face down just makes that design hug around the edges a lot better. Tanner, we have to wait until the heat press heats up because sublimation does not occur.
Well, that just means we're in a Q&A area.
Yeah.
So let us know what your questions are. I'm gonna preheat my little thing again. And someone asked like, hey Tanner, it beeped. So there's two things on this specific heat press. Oh, it's at 380 degrees, yay. Okay, so we're gonna do this for 50 seconds. It has the timer and it has the temperature. So you heard the timer. So love it, love it, love it.
Create a polymer coating.
Oh, you can just tell
You can tell it's different.
the difference.
You need your heat glove this time, I can promise
Yeah,
you.
because like you can tell like
That's
the
crisp.
butcher's paper is crisp.
The only thing is if you add your own poly coating to something, you need to make sure it has cured for quite some time, because if it is any bit wet, it could really mess it up.
Yeah, and you can just tell the difference from our other press because it, first of all, is so hot, and the like around the edges is so much more crisper with a darker image. So we'll probably let this cool. I'm gonna move this little pressing pad because it's very warm. Beautiful. I'm gonna put that back because we're about to make our second one. It'll be good to go. So we're gonna let this cool. I like to sometimes just leave it on a nice little cool surface. And yeah, we're probably good to peel it and check it out. Oh my gosh, Lauren, the design did not go through. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it back in there and see.
Just turn it upside, turn it right side up.
Yeah, we're gonna put it face up. Super good. And press it. So fun.
Did it start to turn a...
It did a little, but not much at all.
So I guess if they were doing, that might have been, I actually think when I went back behind.
Glove now. And ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 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 Okay. So here is what we're going to do now. We're going to see. Okay, I'm a little too excited. It's a little toasty. It's a little toasty. We're gonna put that back here. We're gonna move it here. Oh my gosh. Listen, look at us persevere. So good.
Is it working?
So good. So good. Okay, are you guys ready for this? You're gonna be like, it didn't press. You're gonna be like, you won't even believe it. Ba-da, ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Look at it, crisp beauty. Oh my gosh, let me remove the tape. Guys, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Here it is, it's so fun.
Yay!
Oh my gosh, I love the rich colors from my film camera. It did a really, really good job too. So I love that. So yay, we did it! And the little offset looks so good. Love that we chose to have this little piece on the front.
Yeah.
That is incredible. That is super, super awesome. And then yeah, so you can see that we went with a slightly different color from the sample, but super fun, super easy, and it's awesome. I love them. Love them, love them, love them. But notice the pressing pad kind of helps it just like fade like to the evermost corner. Do you guys see that? So fun.
Let's go overhead and talk about everything that we have here on the table and look at this cute little baby book. Y'all, this is something that can easily be done on pretty much any Cricut machine, except for the Joy. Unfortunately, the Joy does not technically have print then cut capabilities. The Joy Extra does, but you are going to be able to create this on just about any Cricut machine that you have. You don't have to have the newest. We all know this. So let's talk about everything that we have on the table. We found these board books on Amazon, which are linked down below. They are just blank board books, and they come in, I'm assuming they come in a pack of 4. So other than that, the only other thing that we are going to be using is going to be sticker paper. Now, if you've been around the channel, you know that Zaccoto is one of our favorites that we've used here, and that's what we have here today. I do have some glossy and some matte, and I'll tell you why. It's because I'm pretty sure I don't know that we're gonna have enough to do a full book, but we may just do like the front page and maybe another page for today on the tutorial. We're not gonna do the full book. I'm just gonna show you how you're gonna do it, and then you can recreate that for the amount of pages that we have in here. Let's go ahead and hop over into Cricut Design Space, and let's start the process of designing. So you can see here we have all of the pages for our book already here, but I'm gonna show you exactly how we're gonna do this step by step, and I will go slow so we all are on the same page. So what we're gonna do first is you are going to grab, and let me zoom in so you can see it. We're gonna grab this pattern back here, and we're going to upload it into Design Space, and then I'm gonna show you the font that we used for this. So let's go ahead and hop over to our website here at Makers Gonna Learn. So the font that we're gonna be using today is Fairy Tale. It is also linked down below for you. So what we're gonna do to download this onto our computer, you are going to click this download icon. If for some reason you want to use a different font, you can come over here to the fonts section of our website. We have lots and lots of beautiful fonts that you can choose from. Maybe Fairy Tale isn't your speed, perfectly fine. There are so many different fonts to choose from. You can even preview the text that you want to put in your book if you want to. So let's just put Georgia and Ruby. And I'll just show you how it works.
Georgie and Ruby.
Georgie and Ruby. And now you can see, you can look at all of the fonts and what it looks like in each font. This Soho font is super cute.
It is.
I love that font. That's
we have a lot of cute new fonts.
We do. Shay is cute.
Mm-hmm. You know what I also think would be really cute in these? That Kinder font that we have.
Oh,
it's like Kinder letters.
That would be super, super cute. Mm-hmm. So you can see that you can go through all of the fonts and you can decide which one you want. Today we are using Fairy Tale, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna search the fonts. I'm just gonna type in Fairy Tale here, and then once that pulls up, I will show you how you can download it. You can click this arrow pointing down to download it, or if you go from YouTube and it just pulls up, let's say the actual font like I had a while ago, you're just gonna click this download button right there. What it's gonna do is it's going to download up here or wherever your downloads go on your computer. From there, what you need to do is double click that to unzip it. Once it is unzipped, you can see that it is going to be a .otf, and that's an open typeface font. So what we have to do is we now have to download this onto our computer, and then after we grab our pattern that we're going to be using, we will go back to Cricut Design Space and we'll have to reload for Cricut Design Space to pull it back into its system. So we're going to double click this. If you are on a Windows, it may not be a double click. You may have to right click and extract the font. You can see here that it has pulled up our font book. If you are on a Windows, it is going to be your character map, okay? Either way, you are going to install that font onto your computer. Now, once we have done that, we're gonna tab back over to our website, and the pattern that we're gonna be using today is called Pattern Easter Animals. This is such a cute, I don't know, it's not giving Easter to me, it's giving more spring, but it's such a cute, whimsical pattern, especially for a baby book.
This would be cute as a wallpaper.
Adorable as a wallpaper.
Yeah. For sure.
Now, if this is not your thing, maybe you don't like this specific pattern, once again, where you can go is you can go to our cut files section. Once you are in the cut files, we actually have a category that is strictly patterns. So what you'll do is you'll come up here to where it says filter and sort, and then you'll pull that open, that drop down menu, you'll open that up, and then you'll select pattern. And from there, it's going to pull up all of our patterns that we offer here on our website. And you can see, like, first of all, that's also it's not giving very Easter. Like, this to me would be.
Is it farm?
Yeah, it's got barns on it. It's so cute.
I love that.
Like, these are all very
The checkered
spring.
pattern, obsessed.
Look, now this is giving Easter. Like, this is a bunny. That is for sure giving Easter.
These are so cute. I hadn't even seen our new pattern.
Those are
the strawberries.
Do you
that
see
one's
this?
cute. Yeah.
I feel like I want to do this one.
You should do that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's really cute.
So, are you looking at the bugs?
Oh,
Stop it.
Those are so cute, guys. I had not seen all these yet.
I'm obsessed with all of these. We have St. Patrick's Day patterns.
Oh,
all
my
of these are
gosh.
so cute. Valentine's Day. Anyway.
Lots of options.
Lots and lots of options. I think I'm going to go with this one. Pattern
Yeah.
number 5.
I love that.
So how you're going to do that is you are going to click this download icon. Once again, it is going to go straight to your downloads. It's going to come in as a zip file, so you need to double click it, and you need to make sure that we unzip that pattern, okay? We are going to be using the PNG today, so after you have unzipped that file, we are now going to hop back over to Cricut Design Space. And remember what I said earlier, that if you download a font onto your computer and you already have Cricut Design Space open, it's not going to recognize that font until you come up here to the top where it says View and Reload Design Space. So after you have downloaded a new font, like I said, if Cricut Design Space was already open, we need to come up here and reload. If you have been working on a project and you haven't saved it, you must save it before you reload, or you will lose everything that you're working on. I did not do anything. This was already saved, so I'm just gonna go ahead and reload Design Space so that it can recognize that new font that I just downloaded. And then it'll just reload and populate right back to where you were. Just like that. Except it's taking Cricut a minute to get there.
I'm really excited to see the new Cricut do print and cut. I'm excited to see it cut because it's supposed to be faster. But I don't know if y'all watched our venture video way back when, but it was so fast. We named it Neil because it sounded like it was about to launch into outer space.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah. We'll have to name.
What are we gonna name this one?
I don't know. It's got
Stormy.
That's cute. Yeah, let's name it Stormy. I love that.
Okay, so now that we have Design Space reloaded and that font is now populated, we are ready to start building our little baby books. Now, first thing that I'm going to do before I officially start everything is I'm going to get the size of the pages that I need. So I'm just going to open this up, and the reason that I'm getting the size of the pages on the inside, well, you can do it on the outside, is because you have your spine here, and we are going to create a piece that's going to go on the spine, but you want all of these pages to be the same size, so the front page is the same size as this one. So let's just go ahead and grab this. See, but I feel like, let's just do an inside, from the inside. So we're going to measure from this corner over to the edge, and it's going to give me, it's roughly 5 inches. It's actually a little less than 5, but we'll make our guide 5 inches so that we'll size everything down. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over here to our shapes. I'm gonna grab this guy right here. This is a rounded corner square. From there, I'm going to resize this to, I said 5, but I really think that I want to make it 4.75. I think.
Do it.
Let's double check. Ooh, I just messed it up. Let's see. Let's turn this guy into a guide. Oh, why do I do that? Look, so she's done 4.5. So our original one was 4.5 by 4.75. I guess I just assumed it was a square. Let's go back overhead and make sure. So she did 4.5 by 4.75. Okay, so we do have a little more room up and down versus the height we have a little bit more room on the height than we do the width, I think. So I think that's why she did it 4.5 by 4.75. So we'll just go ahead and make this one the same. So that is the dimensions for this exact book. If you were to order what we have linked down below, we are doing our square at a 4. We're gonna unlock the aspect ratio first, and we're gonna make the width 4.5 and the height 4.75. So it's just slightly skinnier than it is tall, not a big deal, okay? Now that we have this, we are going to come over here and we are going to go to upload, and we're going to upload our pattern first, and then I'm going to show you how you can upload images. So I'm going to select upload image. I'm going to pull in my Finder. Here, remember I said we were using the PNG, so I'm going to make sure that PNG is highlighted, and I'm going to drag and drop till that turns green, and then I'm going to release it. Now we have that, we're gonna go to continue and then apply and continue. And we were using this one as a flat graphic, okay? Tony asked, can you sublimate on these? I don't know that you would be able necessarily to sublimate on, I think it would be hard to get a good,
Like
press.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you would have to press this front, then you would have to press the back, but like this is also gonna get heat through it, then you would press this. I think it's just gonna be better to do print and cut stickers for this, okay? So once you have your pattern in here, we're going to bring this square to the front. You can see it moved over here on the layers panel. That way I can just place this exactly where I want it, and I'm gonna scrunch this down just a little so I can get a little bit more of the pattern in it, just like that. And this is gonna be the same for any pattern that you use. So what we're gonna do now is we are going to drag and release, meaning that we have selected both layers. And after you have done that, we're gonna come down here to the bottom and we are going to hit slice. Now, why slice, you might add? No reason other than I'm just used to it. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm just used to slice.
Yeah. Same.
And I like how I still have my square here if I need it as a guide, but now I have my pattern sliced to the exact size that I want, okay? Now, what we're gonna do is you are going to upload the images that you want to place in your book. Now, I'm gonna have Alicia airdrop an image so I can show you how we do it. If you don't have airdrop capabilities, the easiest way, if you don't have the images on your computer already, is just to email them to yourself. That way you can sign into your email account on your computer and save them and then upload them like you would any other file onto Cricut Design Space.
Okay, you want me to airdrop it now?
Yeah.
I forgot to look, Lauren. I forgot to look.
I told you before.
I know. Okay, here. I've got one of just Georgie.
Okay, cute.
Let's see. Okay, airdrop to Tanner Bell.
Accept, save to downloads. So, saving to downloads, beautiful. Now, if you are sending from iPhone, in the past, Cricut has had issues, Design Space has had issues uploading HEIC. That's the file type that photos are saved on your iPhone. We're gonna see if it works today. If it doesn't, I'll show you what you can do. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back over here to upload. We're gonna upload image. Like I said, same thing as before. We're bringing in our Finder. I'm gonna be dragging and dropping here. We're gonna go back.
Not wanting to, that's weird. It's just like not doing anything.
It's just not doing anything. Okay.
Is
Downloads, is this it? Okay, open.
It says
File
file.
added,
Okay.
but it's not allowing me to continue.
Well, go to your
Oh,
uploads.
it says HEIC here.
Yeah. Go to your uploads and see if it's just in there. I mean, that would be silly, but.
I mean, it would be. Okay, so it still didn't do it. Let's try it one more time. It says that you can do HEIC images. File dropped. Maybe we'll give it a minute.
That's so weird. It's not loading or anything.
Okay, if this happens to you, what I suggest you doing is opening up the image here. What we're gonna do is go to File, and then we are going to export as, can we export it as a PDF? And then,
Yeah.
or why do I not have a save as option?
You have just an export option?
Yeah, just export.
Yeah, okay.
So what you will do is you're gonna export it. We'll name this one Georgie. I'll do Georgia.
Georgie Porgy.
Georgia. We're gonna change the format from HEIC to a, I would do, well, actually let's do it as a PNG. You could do a JPEG or a PNG. We'll just do it as a PNG, and then we're gonna click Save. Now, when we go back to our Finder, go to Recents, there we go. It's, when you go to your Recents, you can see now that it is saved there. So let's go ahead and minimize this. This is now a PNG. Then we're gonna drag and drop. Wow, that's a large image. It may take a moment. Fine, Cricut, fine, take a minute.
So it's gonna let you?
Now it's gonna let me because I saved it as a PNG.
Well, I'll say it should work with HEIC, but
it
I've
should.
done it.
It
Yeah.
should, because it says that it does work with HEIC.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like I said, Design Space does some silly stuff and it just doesn't. So
Silly, goofy mood.
if Design Space is in a silly, goofy mood, you just need to make sure that you export it and then resave it as either a PNG or a JPEG, okay? So, after you've done that, we're gonna go to continue. Unfortunately, there's not a bulk upload, so you're gonna have to go through that same process for every photo that you upload. We're not gonna do that for 12 different things today. We're just gonna do it for one. Here, you can, I was thinking, oh yes, so I actually wanna crop this just a little bit. I think I wanna crop like the bottom out and just really get Georgie in there. So how you can do that is there is a crop icon here. Now, what I can do is grab this and just crop this little guy down to more of a square image. Beautiful, and now I can click apply and continue. And that's gonna fit on my book a lot better. And now I don't have to go through the slicing process or anything like that. You can just crop it before you upload it. We are using this as a flat graphic. And then we're gonna go to continue. Yes, Lorraine, maybe I was just too impatient. That's very likely.
It's not going at its normal speed though either, so.
I am a pretty impatient person. We did have a friend that said HEIC only works for me on mobile. That might be the case because it's going from mobile to mobile. You know what I'm saying? It's not being airdropped. I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible.
It's possibly. And it does come in as a very large image. Very large. So we're just gonna shrink little Georgie down. And now I'm going to zoom in here so we can really focus on the one page that we're working on. So now all you have to do is size your photo to exactly where you want it, as large or as small as you want it. That is all going to be a design preference, whatever you choose. Now, this is once again, this could be a personal preference if you want to do this, if you don't want to do this. It would be, I don't know, I kind of think I want to see the pattern behind it. I was thinking about adding like a border around the photo, but I don't know.
I mean, try it and see what happens.
I'm just curious.
I see what you're doing. I see what you mean.
I'm just curious. Just humor me for a minute. This is going to be, once again, a personal preference. If you want to add like a border, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm just playing around right now, to be real honest. Just playing around. And then I'm going to duplicate it again. I'm going to rotate this one 90 degrees.
Kathy said, Georgia has the red, beautiful hair too. Thank you guys for being so sweet to my baby. Yeah, Georgie has red, curly hair like I did. Mine was a little bit more red. Georgia's is a little bit more blonde. But I have 6 siblings and they're all strawberry blonde or blonde. So.
Okay. So I think this looks really stinking cute.
That's cutie.
But it's not where it needs to be because we do have 4 different pieces together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all 4 of these borders here, here, and here. I'm going to come down here to combine and unite them together so that they're all one piece.
Cute.
Super cute. Now I can unhide Georgie's picture and we can take this and we can change the color to match what's on the screen. That's too bright.
Maybe just like that creamy off-white color.
Okay, let's go to advanced. I like.
From over here, it looks really cute.
I like.
Yeah.
I like. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna move the frame and then we're gonna move Georgie's little picture. Okay, let me put Georgie in front. That's gonna be the ticket here.
Yeah, I think so too.
We're gonna put Georgie in front and then we're gonna put the frame behind her for right now. Actually, my suggestion is put the frame where you want it, then move your picture, but I do think that it's going to look better after you have kind of placed it where you want it to then move it behind the frame. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Okay, now that we have that, what I would suggest you doing is going ahead and selecting all of this right now and flattening it together so that you don't lose any of the, nothing else moves,
yeah.
Okay?
I want to address something really quick. If you guys want to use a color picker, you have to use the Canva app on your computer. The color picker doesn't always pop up. Oh, I'm talking about Canva, Anna.
You are.
Wait, does Cricut not have a color picker? I just don't use that often in Cricut. I use it all the time in Canva, and I'm always so frustrated because they only offer the color picker on the app, but not on the...
Cricut does not have a color picker.
They should.
They should, absolutely. So, after you have done that, we're gonna come over here to our text, and we're gonna add a text box. From there, I'm just going to change it from Cricut Sans. We're gonna go over to our system fonts. Now, if you haven't been around the channel for a minute, we have gone through the process of renaming all of our fonts on our website. So now all of our fonts start with MGL and then they have the name of the font. So if you are just looking for MGL fonts, all you have to do is go to System Fonts, type in, you will have to re-download the fonts. So I don't necessarily suggest going through and re-downloading everything, but from here forward, you can just type in MGL and find all of the MGL fonts. So we're gonna be using Fairy Tale today. Once we have chosen that, we're just gonna type in Georgie's family book. And I actually wanna do another, I'm just gonna put Georgia's family, and then I'm gonna do book in a completely different new text box. So I'm gonna duplicate that and just type in book. And that way I can manipulate book to go exactly where I want it.
There's an extra I in George. After R, yeah.
I see that. Georgia.
Georgia.
Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I'm just going to change the color of the font. So once again, see, there's not an advanced, like there's not a color picker on here. It's not my favorite, but what do you do? What do you do? You just gotta do the best you can with what you got. Do I want to do like an orangey yellow? Ooh.
Be cute.
Oh, I kind of like that.
Especially if you put a border around it or like an offset or something.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to now, before I flatten all of this together, I'm going to add an offset, and let's bring it up here, I think like this. So we're gonna add an offset to both of these. A 0.25 is gonna be way too big. So let's go down to like a 0.08 maybe to start with. That's still pretty big. Let's try 0.06. Let's see, let me do 0.05. 0.05 is a little bit better. It's a little, that's still pretty big though.
I can't even see it from over here.
I don't know.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's cute.
Yeah. So let's add a 0.05 offset to this one as well. We're gonna click apply. Now I'm going to change the color of our offset, and for some reason, ooh. For some reason, I'm really feeling this light pink with this. Although there's no light pink in it, I feel like it's gonna be really cute.
Okay, I trust your judgment.
Okay, we're gonna go with light pink. And we're gonna see what it looks like when it's flattened first. So we're gonna select this again, and then we're gonna click flatten. Yeah, I like that. I think that's cute.
I can't, well, I'm at a weird angle, so I can't hardly read it from over here, but if you can see it good, I trust that it looks good. It just blend, oh yeah, that's cute.
Or does it blend too much? We can try it. Listen.
Georgia can't read.
I know.
So it's okay.
Well, I mean, we gotta get it right. Maybe we'll just do straight up white.
Yeah, you could do straight up white.
Or let's go to advanced and let's just make it an even lighter pink.
Yeah, just like a very, very, very pale pink.
Okay, I think that's what I want to do. Just a very pale pink.
Cute, cute, cute.
And then there's the very pale pink. And then we'll come back in and flatten these back together. Yeah, that's it.
That's cute, yeah.
That's cute. Carol says, how about a sage? Yep. So now, one thing that I forgot to remind you all to do, and let's go ahead and unflatten all of these together. One thing that you need to do, and then we need to unflatten this too. Before you flatten it all, we do need to duplicate the pattern. So you'll need to duplicate that pattern however many times you want, depending on the number of pages that you're doing. That way you don't have to slice that same pattern over and over and over and over, okay? So before you flatten the first time, duplicate this page so that you have extras. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back in here and we're gonna flatten all of that back together so that it is one page. And after you have built all of your pages, the last thing that you need to do is create a spine, I guess, a piece that's gonna go on the spine. So what we're gonna do, this is 2 by 4.75. So we're gonna grab a shape here. we're just gonna grab a regular square. I'm going to unlock the size aspect ratio. The width is going to stay 2 and the height is going to change to 4.75. So I can actually slice it out of what we have here. Do we want to slice where the flowers are more in the middle, or I think I want to do these right here. Beautiful. So what I'm going to do now is I'm selecting this, and you can see that I have this shape that's going to be the spine. I'm just going to select both of these, and once again, I'm just going to slice that out. And we now have the spine. I actually sliced a little sliver off, but it's fine. And now you have the spine. So if you missed that, the size that we're doing for the spine is 2 inches in width and 4.75 inches in height. Okay? And other than that, we are ready to go. I do think I'm just gonna put a blank one on the back. Cute. And let's just do, let's go back over here to text. I'm just gonna put "You are so loved."
That's cute.
So we're gonna zoom back in.
These would be so cute in a Easter basket.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to make one well, I could take that first one and put it in Rube's and then put this one in Georgie's.
Yes.
Be so cute. They've started school together this week. So
oh my gosh.
It's been the cutest. This morning, they love to get ready together, and they get a banana every morning. And this morning, Trey gave Georgia a banana, and Ruby was still asleep, and he cut it in half, and Georgia just ran in there, and she said, "Sissy, Sissy." She's been saying Sissy, and it's like the cutest thing. They're just in love with each other. I love it. It's precious.
It is precious. Enjoy it now while they do.
I know. I'm the oldest of 4 sisters, so you know how it is. Me and Lauren are the oldest of our sisters, so. I just hope and pray they love each other. Me and my sisters love each other a lot more now than we ever did as kids. We were not like those sweet, cute, loving sisters as kids. We were mean and we fought all the time. But now we are like all friends, so. We never thought we'd see the day.
I'm just looking and making sure that you can read that good enough. We're good. I think we're good.
It's cute.
Okay, so after you have all of your pages set and flattened to what you want, what we are going to do now is I'm going to delete everything that we no longer need, and I'm actually going to...
Oh, Chrissy said it'd be cute to put the year on the spine. That's a good idea.
Oh, that would be very cute.
Or just at the bottom of "You Are So Loved" even.
I'm gonna zoom out because I'm gonna make sure I hide everything that we don't want to print, because we do have a lot here on the canvas. So I'm just making sure that we hide it all, because we're just gonna do this little guy right here. Okay, so now we are ready to go to make it. Actually, yeah. Before we go to make it, we're gonna calibrate this machine because it truly just came out of the box, and the box that it came in, y'all, was
Hulk smashed.
Hulk smashed. So who knows if it has been, yeah, who knows. So we're gonna go to settings. What we're gonna do is from there, you're gonna go to machines. This is how you're going to calibrate any machine that you have. It's in a very, very weird space now. I would have never, if I was a new Cricut user, I would never think to go to settings to find calibration. But that's where it's at now. So what you'll do is you'll go to, actually, let me show you again. You're gonna come up here to your profile at this drop-down menu. You're gonna choose settings. After you choose settings, you're gonna come over to machines, and then you come down to machine calibration. So we're gonna have to select the Maker 4, and we are going to click start. We want, oh, I guess I haven't really set up the cutting machine yet. Okay.
Yeah, I guess you got to do all that.
Okay, continue. We're USB. Yeah, girl, it's connected. It's plugged in. Yep, okay. Continue. Searching for the Maker 4.
Honestly,
yes.
the Cricut machines are so easy to set up. It's one good thing about owning a Cricut.
Look, it's already connected.
Oh, there
it's
you
ready
go.
to go. Wow.
Easy
So
peasy.
hard. Okay. I agree. Activate. Machine registration complete. We're going to continue. Got it. Yeah, I don't have to go through all of this. Yeah, we're gonna skip product setup. So, once again, we're gonna go back. Settings, machines, Maker 4, start, print and cut. And we are going to select our Canon TS9500 series, and we are going to print. Donna says mine was wrapped in brown butcher's type paper and was pristine. It was calibrated perfectly on the very first cut. Perfect.
Nice.
Okay, so this is what a calibration page looks like. If we have anybody here who has never calibrated a machine, this is what a calibration page looks like. We're just placing it on our mat. Was it smart of me to put a regular piece of paper on a standard grip mat? I don't know. But we're doing it.
It's happening.
So what it's going to do is it's going to cut this guy first, and then I'll show you, we'll walk through the process. So back to share screen. After you have placed the calibration page on your mat, you're gonna go to continue. We put it in the top left corner of the mat, and then once again, you're gonna click continue. We are using the Cricut Maker 4. We're just calibrating that. Load the fine point blade, insert the mat, we're good to go. So we'll come over here, and we are just going to load this guy in here. This is the Maiden Voyage. You're seeing it here first.
Already faster.
I'm curious to see how fast how fast it like registers. We're gonna come over here. This is what I like to do when I'm looking at when I'm calibrating my machine, and it is perfectly fine if you do this. I like to actually pull this middle square completely out. That way I
You can really tell.
You can really tell, and we'll go back over here you can see that I've cut this out, and now I can really see, okay, I've got a little bit more black on this left side than I do the right side, and a little bit more on the top than I do the bottom. So I do think that I need to calibrate. Now, I think that it's good enough for a regular. I don't think I need to do a basic. I think I need to do a fine calibration. So if it is completely off, nowhere near the square, you need to click no and do a basic calibration. If it is pretty close but not perfect, you need to click yes and proceed with a fine calibration. So we're gonna actually go forward with the fine calibration and click continue. And then what it's gonna do is it's going to cut all the lines on the top of the calibration page and then all the lines on the side. Okay, so after you've done that, you need to look at the cuts along the top and the side if you've never done a calibration, and you're gonna choose the cut that is directly in the middle of whatever number. So ours right now is gonna be 13, so we're gonna go back to the share screen. So the top line, you choose the number that corresponds with the best cut. Ours was 13. And then the right line is going to be K. So once again, we're gonna scroll down here, and we're gonna do K, then we're gonna go to continue. Now what it's gonna do is it's going to cut the larger box on the calibration sheet. And now we can see when we pull this off, actually let's go ahead and unload because, oh, it says without unloading. I'm gonna pull this guy off. Normally at this point you can unload. Now it did curl it up, but now you can see how the fine calibration I have even, the black line is even all the way across, whereas that middle one was not. So now back to share screen, we're gonna go, yes, the cut is close enough to center, and we have calibrated our machine. So now we're ready to go to make it. Now we're ready to make it. So I'm going to go to make it. Now, Honky, I feel like I can fit both of those onto one page.
For sure.
So what I'm gonna do is because for some reason Cricut decided to place them all on, or place them on separate ones, I really think you can fit two. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to these three dots, I'm gonna move object, and I'm gonna move it to that first page and just pull it down here. Pull this guy over just a little bit. Yeah, we got plenty of room there. Look at that, more than enough room. So, Patty, you just use regular cardstock or regular printer paper if you're calibrating. You don't have to use cardstock if you're calibrating. But once we have everything moved so that we take up as much room as we can, we're gonna go to continue. If you don't care to stick that in the printer for me while I go through the process. While this is recognizing our machine, what we are gonna do is we're gonna go to send to printer. We are using the Canon TS9500 series. This is a project where you want to make sure bleed is on. So make sure you click that stays on, and then we love using system dialog. So once you turn both of those toggles on, we're gonna select print. Now for us, it always pops up behind the window. You can see here for some reason it pops up behind it, so we'd like to pull it down. What I'm doing is we love to feed from rear tray. If you don't have a rear feeding printer, not a problem. You can just do an auto or like a default. I'm changing it from auto select to photo paper. That tends to give me a better print, and then changing the quality from normal to best. Now, Alicia, what did the levels on that printer look like? Because at one point I think cyan was empty. Maybe we'll just go ahead and print
Cyan's a little bit low, but
not empty?
Not empty.
Okay,
well.
cool. So after we've done that, we're just gonna select print. And then after that prints, it is going to show verify print quality. We'll show you here in a minute, but once that prints, we will start cutting our little stickers. Once you have printed, look how stinking cute. I do think we need to change the cyan a little bit because I feel like this green would have been a little more greener, but it's still really cute.
Yeah,
still love it.
Fresh.
One thing about Print and Cut is they have added this little triangle to show you where the top left corner is, which I actually appreciate, because what I have noticed is if I'm doing like lots of stickers and it's more of a repetitive pattern, sometimes I'll forget and I'll do it upside down and it won't print right, or I have done that before. So I do actually enjoy having that little triangle in the top left corner just to kind of keep me on track. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna line this up to the top left corner of our mat. Now I would suggest if you have a brayer, using a brayer for your Print and Cut stickers, whatever. I don't know where ours are right now.
Megan said she loves your outfit and it's so cute. I'm saying it's so cute. Megan said she loves it.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Y'all like to give me the big head sometimes. Anyway, we are going to browse all material and we are going to cut this on. There's lots. I was just looking at all of the different options now.
Oh, different printable.
Yeah, sticker paper. I think I'm just gonna go with sticker paper removable and see what it does.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm gonna go with. Because this is a new machine, we've never cut with it, so I don't know what the pressure settings are or anything else. So I think I'm just gonna go with sticker paper removable. And then we're gonna pop this bad boy in. Perfect. It's perfect. Whoop.
Perfectly normal.
Perfectly normal.
What is that from?
I don't know.
I feel like me and my old roommate used to say that all the time. Perfectly normal. It's from a movie. If you know the movie, leave a comment because I don't know where it's from.
Okay, so now we are gonna start the assembling process. Now, I would suggest doing the spine of your book first. That way we can cover the edges of this with the, no, I was too low. Drop it low.
So did you do it in sections because it would be hard to like lay it all out as one piece?
What do you mean?
Oh, I guess it would be too big. You couldn't do it, like you couldn't have flattened all 3 sections together and then did a print and cut because it would have been way too big. Mm-hmm. Unless you have really gigantic sticker paper. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So we've added that edge there.
So cute.
Now we're gonna add the front. And this is what, now if you're being really picky, you could line this pattern up, but I don't know that we have the option to be picky today. It's fine. Would I have liked to have lined that up? Yes, but it's okay.
It's okay. Oh, is it from Nanny McPhee? I bet that is what it's from. That is looking so cute.
Now the back lined up, great. The back lined up perfect. The front, not so much.
Let me see.
There's the back.
Okay.
There's the front.
From here, it doesn't look. Oh, I see.
Right here.
Yeah, that's okay. It's so cute.
But that's it. After you've done that, you're gonna go through the process of printing every page. You'll place every sticker inside the pages just like we did the front and the back. But y'all, how cute is that?
It's adorable.
I'm just gonna show the back because it's perfectly lined up. I'm just gonna show that one. And that's it, guys.
I love
How
it.
stinking cute. But today we are gonna be making this super cute, I wanna call it a charm bag, but it's not a charm, it's not charms, but it's like a take on like a charm necklace, but for a bag.
It's just like taking all your favorite little things and just slapping it on one bag.
I know, and I
love
think that this is such a cool way to truly personalize something for someone, whether you're making this for yourself, making it as a gift. So let's go ahead and hop overhead and go over the supplies that we're gonna need. First up, we do have this trendy, what you would call trendy canvas tote. You can get these lots of different places. This one I'm pretty sure we just ordered from Amazon. Not really sure. It is linked down below for you. If you don't want to order from Amazon, you can get these from Hobby Lobby. I do know that Hobby Lobby has these and sells them. You can even order a more expensive one. There are so many different retailers that have these canvas totes right now. But this one did come from Amazon. Once again, linked down below. And other than your bag, and it doesn't have to be this specific bag, it can be, and they come in so many different colors. I love the ones that have the hunter green color on them. They come in red. They come in lots and lots of different colors. But other than this, the only other things that you are going to need is heat transfer vinyl. Now we do have lots of colors here. I also have a whole box full of scraps that we might be pulling from. So I've got this kind of set down to the side, but you are going to need heat transfer vinyl, multiple colors. Use the scraps that you have. And then the other than that, you are going to need, and let me pull it up here, you are going to need a mat, whether that be a light grip mat or a standard grip mat. Really, it just depends on the stickiness. I can already tell you this light grip mat is going to do really well, so I'll just leave that one here on the table. And last but certainly not least, you are going to need a Cricut Mini Easy Press. Now it doesn't have to be Cricut brand, but you are going to need some type of heat source. And for this project, the Mini Easy Press is really going to be the bee's knees for this one. For this project, we are going to be grabbing cut files that represent us for this project, okay? We are going to be choosing different ones. Now, if we go overhead, all of these that you see here are actually already linked down below for you. I'm probably gonna reuse some of these for myself for this bag. I don't know, I may change it up. I thought about making this one more suited, I don't know, for me. I don't know, we'll check it out. But we might be reusing some of these, but all of these are already gonna be linked down below. So all you have to do is under this video, you click more and it's going to expand that description and you can see all of these cut files that we used. But I'm gonna also go ahead and we're gonna go back to Maker's Gonna Learn and we're gonna grab some other ones and I'm just gonna show you how you can download these. Now, if you are a Maker's Gonna Learn member, you can download any cut file that you want and use it to represent yourself. First of all, I hadn't seen this one.
I wish I could see it, but I'm blind.
It says getting my ducks in a row, but one of them is turned backwards.
Oh my God.
That's adorable. Not really the vibe. I mean, it's not, we're not gonna be doing printable vinyl for this one, so we're looking for more single layer, but that one's super cute. So we're just gonna grab some cut files. I am gonna go, there was one, I think on this first page that I wanted to grab. And then we're just gonna download a couple and then hop over to Design Space and we're gonna start designing our bag. Where was it?
I feel like you need like a cowgirl boot and like a cowgirl hat.
I do feel like, I love this checkered spade. I think
really
this checkered
cute.
spade is super cute. And we could make it work, but the pattern, I think this is gonna be a PNG and we're looking for more SVGs for this one, but I do agree. I think we need to look for a cowboy boot. So I'll look for that one. Maybe it was on the second page that I saw this one. And then, oh, I think this hibiscus flower is super cute.
So
It
cute.
reminds me of my childhood, so that's gonna be an instant download. I'm gonna grab that one. While we're on it, let's go ahead and search up. I know we have a really cute cowboy boot. Cowboy boot will be another one that we'll get. So all you have to do to download a file from the Maker's Gonna Learn website is once you decide which one you are going to be using, and once again, remember I said I needed one that was a little bit more simple, and I think we can make this one all one color and it'd be super cute. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna click this arrow pointing down, boom, and it's going to download. Now it will download as a zip file, so we have to double click that zip file, make sure we get that unzipped, and then we can, from there we'll have a folder that has both the PNG and the SVG version in it, okay? So yeah, let's go back, we'll do cowboy hat. Actually, I think I want to do a horseshoe. We'll see if we've got a horseshoe on here. I'm just thinking like a horseshoe could represent good luck. I don't know.
It's giving rodeo vibes too, which
Yeah.
is so cute.
Ooh, these are all super cute. This
one's
one
really
is so cute, but it's a little too detailed because remember we're going to be doing this on something pretty small. So I may have to go with this one. Or even this one. That's a monoline file. So we're gonna go with this one. So I'm gonna click that download there. Next up, I really like the sunshine and the sunglasses and the martini in the original one. So I think I'm gonna still keep those. I'm trying to think What else? Asher loves baseball, and we spend a lot of time doing baseball. So maybe a baseball could represent some type of activity that I might be using this bag for. So I think this baseball is super cute. So I'm going to click that download on the baseball. And then I kind of think I just want to look for a couple more, and then we're going to go. Oh, that boot stitch. That's a line design, but it looks similar to like a boot stitch. Is really cute. So we've got sewing machine, coffee mug, Jeep, Monstera leaf. I love that. Books, baseball. Ooh, I need to look for a book one.
There's a lot of people saying books.
I know. I need to look for a book one myself. So let's just type in book. Just book.
Marie said, I'd call this a Riz bag.
I like that.
I love it.
I like that. So I like the look of an open book. I kind of like this one. I think we can modify this one. I'm not saying that I don't like it flying into a bird, but that's not really what I want for my bag. I want to keep on looking and making sure. Those are going to be PNGs. That one's going to be really hard to cut for the size. And I like the way that, that book is positioned right there. And maybe even like cutting it off and doing the two books stacked and that one on top. So I think I'm going to choose this one, and we're going to manipulate it. So I'm going to once again download that one. Gwen says wildflowers. Absolutely. Glue gun would be a good one. Oh, for our crafty, I'll need some scissors.
You have to have those.
I need some scissors.
Scissors.
So let's find us some scissors to go on the bag. Once again, we're looking for somewhat simple. Now, I know somebody in here would definitely choose that paw scissors.
Yes.
I know somebody that's watching right now would choose that paw scissors. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I just don't have a dog. So we'll just do these.
Babies.
We'll just download these. Why was I not thinking? I'm pretty sure we have our logo on here for you guys, if you really wanted to know.
Stop. You could have your own MGL merch.
I mean, you could. We do have this floral logo. I thought we had just the little light bulb, but I guess we don't.
I wonder if you looked up logo.
It'll be okay.
Yeah.
Those leaves are really cute. Those are made for a banner, though. What was another one? Let's see. I think we got some good ones. I think I can make it work from this. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop over to Cricut Design Space. I'm going to, I don't need that. I'm actually gonna come over here to my stuff. And then we are gonna find, I should have already had this one pulled up. There it is. And then I'm just going to hit customize. And you can see we did have this one laid out so that we could kind of position and see where we wanted to place certain icons. So I'm going to show you all how we're gonna do that. So I'm just going to come over here, kind of over to the side, and we are going to pull our bag here and we'll go overhead, and I'm going to show you how we are going to measure for this. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna measure the width of our bag. Now, little fun fact that the queen herself, Courtney, taught me, because when I was measuring one day, I realized that my measurements were not coming out right because I was using the end of this measuring tape, and sometimes it kind of hinders your measurements. So if you need to be very specific, start with the number 1 instead of starting there so that you can get specific measurements. If it doesn't have to be specific, it's not that big of a deal. I just wanted to let you guys know that. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna measure. So we're sitting like at 20 3/4, but when we take 1 off, because we started at the 1, we're really looking at 19 3/4 inches of our bag across this way. So let's go back to Design Space. And what we're gonna do is we are going to grab a shape. I'm going to grab a square, and then I'm going to unlock the size aspect ratio, okay? And we're going to change the width to 19.75. That is 0.75 is equivalent to 3/4 when you're doing measurements. So the width is 19.75, and then we'll go back overhead. And our design area that we are working with is going to be 10.75. So with our size aspect ratio still unlocked, our height is now going to be 10.75. Beautiful. Now we are going to have to zoom out like this. So this is our working area, and I'm going to change this from a basic cut to a guide, and I'm actually also going to toggle off of that so that I can have more of a clean space to look at. Now, the last thing that I'm going to do, just so I can kind of play around with it, is I'm going to measure my strips, so my blue strips here and here, and we're looking at 1.5 inches by the same height as our square. So we're going to once again come back over here. We're going to grab a shape, and we're going to unlock the size aspect ratio. I said our width was 1.5, and our height is 10.75. And then we can place this kind of where it should go, or around about. And we're going to also duplicate this like this. And we'll zoom out. And this is going to give us the area that we now have to kind of work with so that we can size our icons accordingly. Okay? Love, 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 love. Now, all we have to do at this point is start uploading the icons that we want for our bag. So I'm going to come down here to where it says upload. I'm going to upload image. I'm bringing my Finder back into view, and I'm just going to start dragging and dropping the icons that I'm going to be using for this design. And didn't mean to do that. And then we can start sizing, and kind of we can move things around here in a little bit. I would probably just upload everything first and then start sizing later. Once again, we're bringing our Finder in. I'm going to go to my downloads. I did forget to unzip all of those. So before I do anything else, I'm going to bring this back into view. I'm going to pull my Finder back in here. Go to my downloads and make sure I unzip all of these. Baseball, books, scissors, horseshoe, and hibiscus. And I got the cowboy boots. Beautiful. Now I can just open these up and start dragging and dropping these in and uploading them to the design. Does anybody have any questions so far?
Doesn't look like they do. They're just
Cool.
attentively watching.
This is a pretty, unless you are manipulating files, which we are going to be manipulating this file, and I will show you how I'm going to manipulate it here in a minute. It is a pretty straightforward, easy project, which I love. There's nothing, if I'm in a creative funk, and I'm like, man, I really need to get a good win under my belt. I need something to go right for me. Doing a project like this really brightens my mood because I can get it done. It is customized to me. It's not super hard. I just think it's a win for everybody. So once again, we're uploading all of these individually. No, Cricut doesn't have a bulk upload option yet. I know it stinks, but what do? And scissors, SVG, and that was the last one that I downloaded. And then I will probably reuse some of the other ones, and we'll go from there. Beautiful. Okie-dokie. Once again, we're just resizing and moving things around. Okay. Bloop. Did not mean to do that. So if you are, oh, that group is the baseball. Interesting. Okay, if you are working with SVGs and you want to customize them, first of all, you really have to look and determine how is this SVG put together? Is this SVG grouped together? Is it not? But you really need to kind of look into that before you immediately go to contour. So with SVGs, I would normally tell you go straight to contour, contour things out. And with this one, because it is a single layer, you are going to go to contour. If this contour is not grayed out, so you can see the rest of these are grayed out, contour is not grayed out, that means it is a single layer. Now, if I wanted to, let's say, contour out certain pieces of this baseball, when I select it, which that's selecting the square. I need this square to be all the way to the back. I need it all the way to the back. I don't want to click it. I don't want to mess with it. Also, I don't know what has been up with Design Space recently, but it's like when I accidentally click on something, it completely moves it. I don't know. We're not going to talk about it. Anyway, back to the baseball, if I can find it. So if I wanted to, let's say, contour out the laces or whatever, I don't know why you would really want to contour out the laces, but I'm using this as an example. Because it is not a single layer, you can see down here that contour is grayed out. That means that not all these pieces are together. And when I drop that menu down, you can see that each of the laces are individually placed, and so is the baseball. It is grouped together, so it will cut together. But if you find an SVG that is not all one layer, sometimes you can just delete out the parts that you do not want. Okay? Now, from there, we were gonna, once again, that thing moved. I wish that it also had a lock feature, that I could lock certain pieces where I wanted them to be. So, manipulating this file. Because I don't want these pieces up here and I just want down what is down here, I can come over here to contour and I can contour out either by clicking here, or you can scroll over here on the side and contour out pieces here. I'm just going to be contouring out right through here. Maybe, there we go. And there are some little tiny baby pieces that I don't want, like this one and that one, and oh, I don't know where the rest of those are. I don't want that one or that one or that one.
There's
and I think
so
that's
many
all
pieces.
of them. There are a lot more pieces than you would think. Now, what I do love about contour is if I've accidentally, let's say I accidentally contoured like that piece out, you can see here now it's one page. I can come back in here and I can click that again, and you can see when I exit off of it, it comes right back. So not a problem. So if you wanted to get rid of the books down below here like this stack, you could easily do that as well. Not a problem. But you're just going to manipulate that until you feel confident with what it looks like. Now, another thing, our cowgirl boot, it's two separate colors. So what I am going to do is I'm going to come down here to combine, and I'm going to unite those together. That's just going to make that all one color. Although that would have been cute to have cut the bottom of the boot out of a darker brown. Maybe I need to undo that and keep it a different color. I don't know, guys. That's a tough one. Yeah, we've layered a couple more. So we're just going to leave it. Once again, it chose my square. I don't want you to choose my square. I was going for the baseball Design Space, just so you know. So now I'm just going to be sizing all of these, moving them around. If you want to, you can adjust them back and forth. I think I'm gonna move this one down. Let's zoom out just a little bit. I think I'm gonna put that one in the corner. And now I'm just gonna come over here and I'm gonna grab some of these other ones. Maybe I don't need so many flowers. I definitely need a sunshine. I definitely need a sunshine. I for sure need a martini.
It would
For
not
sure
be,
need
it
a
would not
martini,
be a Lauren
guys.
McCoy bag without a martini glass.
Huh?
I said it would not be a Lauren McCoy bag without a martini glass on it.
No, no. Actually, we're gonna hop back over here. And we're gonna see if, I meant to put an A, not an E. We're gonna see if we have a margarita glass.
We better. If not, we
That's-
gotta request it immediately.
If,
What? Did you spell it right? I can't
yeah,
see.
margarita. Yeah, I spelled it right. Maybe it's just Marg. Maybe we'll just do Marg. Come on now.
Dude.
If you're telling me that I've been working here for almost 4 years and we don't have a margarita cup file,
That's wild.
I'm gonna lose. That is coming out for sure.
Her 2-week notice is starting today.
2 week. Tanner Bell, this is my 2 week notice. I'm just joking. Totally just joking. Okay, well, I guess we'll keep it the martini glass. That's fine. It's okay. We'll
Better than
leave it.
nothing.
I do love the sunglasses. We got to keep the sunglasses. Move those over here. What else do we need to keep? The seashell is cute. The heart's really cute too. Let me just move this guy over here. Where's it at? I'm trying to find it. I've got a lot of layers here. There it is. Let's move this guy here and then we'll put the heart like right here. And I think that's pretty good. Now, another thing that I am gonna do, so this little martini glass, it has a lot of intricate pieces. So like all of those little guys in there, all the little bubbles, I'm actually just going to delete out all of these bubbles because first of all, martinis don't have bubbles. Champagne has bubbles.
Get it together.
Get it
Who made this?
I don't know. Me not know. But I need to keep the centers of the olives. But we're just going to kind of delete out some of these. We'll leave those other ones. It's perfectly fine. So yeah, manipulate that one. And now all you have to do is determine what colors you want, which could be a little bit stressful. Picking out colors to me can be stressful. Actually, another thing that I'm gonna do is I'm going to select, the baseball, I want it to be, I'm gonna change the background color so that you guys can see. As of right now, the background, if I cut this baseball out, I don't have a white baseball and red laces. So what I'm actually gonna do, I have selected the baseball here. This circle that makes up the baseball, I'm going to select it and I'm gonna contour out that middle portion there so it's a solid color. And I'm going to turn the laces red here and here. And I'm gonna make this guy white.
Cute.
Yeah, that's what I wanna do. And I'm actually gonna select both of these and we're gonna zoom in. And I'm gonna make them just a tad bit bigger to fit on the baseball just a little bit more. Like that, I think. Let's do here and here again, and I'm just gonna move them down. Perfect. Okay. So I know that I want the baseball laces and the heart cut out of the same color red. I think I'm gonna change my horseshoes to, so this is how I like to kind of pick my colors. So I know that I have red, I know that I have white. So I have a red and white baseball and a red heart and white wings. I do really like this blue color. Should we make the horseshoe? I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Let's pull out our scrap pieces and see what other colors we have here. Here's a brown. That one might be cute. Let's pull that one out. I also should have, we're gonna do orange for the hibiscus flower, I think. Or maybe pink. I don't know. We're gonna play around with it. You guys, place in the comments what colors you would do. What are your favorite colors? What colors would you have on your, oh man, that sparkly orange for that hibiscus flower.
That's really cute.
I kind of think I might go
I
that
love
one,
the glitter.
actually. Actually, we might go that color. My sunshine, I want to be yellow here. My scissors, let's do a fun color for the scissors. Let's do, purple? Yeah. We're definitely doing purple scissors. Purple scissors. Ooh, no, that's orange. I'm thinking more of a peachy pink for the boot, maybe. Man, I wish that was,
Oh, that's fun.
that's fun. That's very fun. There's a rose gold. Maybe, we'll pull it out. Who knows what we'll do? Oh, there's a, that's orange. I keep looking at the back of that orange and it's like a, that's more rose gold. Here's like a peachy pink, maybe. We'll play around with it. I think we got some good ones. I like that green for something.
That is pretty.
That green is very pretty. Maybe for the books. Ooh, I like this sage green actually with those colors. So let's start from the beginning and let's make sure we have everything that we need. So we have red and white for the heart and the wings and the baseball. We're gonna keep the martini blue because I really like that blue color. Our horseshoes, I thought we would have a tan, but we'll do brown for the horseshoes. Let's do the peachy pink for the boots. We'll do an orange hibiscus, orange, and then we'll do purple for that one. So I need my sun is gonna be in the middle, and then we'll do the green for the books, and then we'll do pink shades over here, and we will do like that gray for the top of the shades. And I think that's everything. Okay, we got it all. Yay! Oh wait, was this, oh, okay. I actually think I like this color for, this tan color for the horseshoe over the darker brown. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Cool. Okie doke. Now, we are ready. We'll go back to Design Space. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to delete this. You can keep your guide if you want to. I am just going to hide all of these little guys. I don't want to delete them because I don't know. We'll just go ahead and hide all of these. I need that. I don't need that. Where's this guy? I don't need him, and I don't need him. Beautiful. And we also don't need, we're just gonna delete these guys. So now we are ready to start cutting our pieces. So we're gonna go to Make It. Now this is gonna give you 10,000 different mats. 10,000 mats. We're not gonna be doing 10,000 mats. We're gonna try our best to keep it on as little as possible. So we have all of our colors. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be starting with the white. So let's set the rest of these to the side for the time being. And we're gonna start with the white in the top right corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm just actually gonna cut this down. I'm gonna grab a pair of scissors and I'm going to cut this down so that it fits within the size that Design Space is giving me here. So here's where we are going to place our wings and the base of our baseball. Now, moving on, our scissors, we were gonna do purple, so we're gonna go move object to this mat. Now, I didn't change the color of the scissors. Should I have? Yes, but I didn't. So we're gonna place our scissors here between the 6 and the 9. So I'm gonna grab my purple. I like placing this down here, and you can get scissors, but if you wanna be precise, we can get our True Control knife and cut a piece here and then down to here. And we can get very specific on how large of a piece of HTV we cut. That way we're not being very wasteful. And I'm just gonna burnish that down really good. Next up, we got that off the insides of the sunglasses. So we're gonna move that to our first page. Remember, these are all cut on regular HTV. I'm not moving anything that is going to be cut on glitter HTV yet. This is just the inside of the sunglasses. So this is the little gray piece here. So once again, if you want to do a True Control knife or if you want to just cut off with your scissors, whichever one works for me, but it's very, very small. So burnish this down. That's the inside of our sunglasses. Moving on to number 4, we have the red, which I was gonna cut the heart and the baseball laces out of red. So let's just go ahead and move our heart, and then let's find our other red mat here. Oh, I forgot to change the color of my horseshoes, and I forgot to, okay. I'm about to scream. No, I'm not. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna move both of these. I forgot to group these together. It's fine, we'll just place them down individually, but we're gonna move these to, oh, there they are, this mat. And we're just gonna lay these down here beside the red heart. I'm gonna use the same red color here. And we are just going to place this red down at the 3, and we're gonna move on our mat. We're gonna make sure we move this lace down to make sure it's underneath 3 there. Burnish that down really well. Okay, so we've got that one done. We're 4 colors in, guys. We've still got a lot of colors to do. Yes, are you flipping back and forth between the computer and everything else? Perfect. Now, after we have that one placed, we are going to go on to number 5, which was our books. And I said that I was cutting the books out of green. So I'm going to, once again, 3 dots, move object. We're moving to the very first mat. We're gonna move the books here in green, and we'll keep it below the 3 mark here, and it's going to go down to 5. So what we need to do is we just need to cut us a piece here, place it. I don't need it to be that large. So let's just go ahead and cut that extra off. And it's gonna be perfectly placed right there. Burnish it down really well so that it doesn't move. Also, I don't know why that's not wanting to stick very well, but it's not. So we're just gonna pray for the best. Oh, that's the cowboy boot. I did not make them all one color. That is right. Darn, we might have to go back and do the cowboy boot. Let's just do the blue for the martini, and then we'll start cutting this one, and then I'm gonna go back and move some. I think I have changed my mind. I do think that I want that cowboy boot just to be one solid color. I don't think I want to deal with, no, maybe, I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna worry about the blue right now. My brain is way too all over the place to really even be, okay. 3, 2, 6. So about, this should be good. Right here. Did I cut that too small? Trying to look. Maybe not. Okay, we're just gonna go with it. Here's where a martini glass is gonna be cut. One, 2, 3. I don't trust myself, guys. We're gonna cut another piece a little bit bigger to make sure that that martini glass fits. That it will fit on this one. Once again, we're trying to burnish this down. So you all get the gist of how you can cut all these little pieces on one mat instead of changing out every single time. So I'm just gonna go ahead and send this through so that you guys can see, okay? And we're going to make sure we turn mirror on. Okay, just making sure that it didn't move anything. It just flipped it all where it was at. We're gonna go to continue. Okay, martini cut out beautifully, the sunglasses and the white piece here did. And while we're at it, let's just not deal with that one anymore. You shouldn't really have to take HTV. HTV is not a very hard product to get to stick to a mat, but for some reason, I have noticed that Nicopa mats aren't staying as sticky as they used to, in my opinion. My humble opinion. Okay, so I need to edit this. Actually, we need to go to cancel first. Cancel the cut, yes, because we need to move some things around. Number one, this one needs to be hidden. All of the ones that just got cut, I'm just gonna go ahead and hide them. So scissors got cut, those got cut, this got cut, hide. So we're going to move these to the top, this one to the top. So we're gonna start with red, then we'll go to green. I think I am going to cut this out of brown. So we're gonna move this to our first mat again. This is gonna be cut out of brown. And I need to find my horseshoes that are also going to be cut out of brown. Here they are, and let's put those together. So we're gonna cut that and the horseshoe. So that's gonna take up quite a bit of room there. Here is the second half of the boot, the main part of the boot. We'll move it, which is gonna be pink, and we'll move it here. Next up, our sun, we'll move it here. And then I'm just gonna wait and place all of my stuff once I have everything moved. We've already done our martini. We didn't need the insides of the olives, it's fine. Our sunglasses, we're gonna move here, move those down. And our hibiscus flower does need to be cut on a different mat because it is glitter HTV. So let's go back to our first mat. We're gonna start with our red in the corner. I did change reds to a brighter red. That other red just wasn't doing it for me. Or it was, but it wasn't. So we're just gonna move this brighter red up here to this corner. Beautiful. We're going to get another piece of green and we are going to put this piece of green here. Now we need a long kind of skinny piece of this tan or brown, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to place it here. And it needs to come down. We need to cut it off right here at the 6, or maybe a little bit below the 6. So we'll come about right here, and then cut down to there and over. Beautiful. We no longer need that. We no longer need the red. We're gonna grab us some yellow and cut out enough for our sunshine, which is going to go between the 4 and the 6, but all the way down to the 3 here. Beautiful. And then we're gonna do our pink for our boot here. That red is not wanting, there we go. Or our coral, I guess we could say. Also, every time I say the word coral, do we have any Walking Dead fans on our live? Because every time I hear the word coral, I think of when Rick would say Carl, but he'd say coral. Stop. Anyway,
So funny.
okay. Yes, Mary, this is being recorded. We're gonna go to continue. We're connecting. What's the difference between HTV and iron-on vinyl? Christine, good question. Nothing. They're both, it's just the same, 2 different terms, same product. Iron-on vinyl is heat activated. HTV is heat transfer vinyl. It's the same thing. Everyday iron-on is what we are cutting this on. And then we're just going to send this to our machine. And while that's doing that, I'm going to start weeding what we have already cut.
Kathy is asking what the size of these are, and it's gonna be dependent upon the size of your bag. We just kind of size them according to our bag.
Yes.
So it's gonna be different for whatever you choose to put it on.
So if you do a smaller bag, that's why in the beginning, if you just came in, if you came in late, this is recorded and will stay on YouTube so you all can go back and watch. Something is not working on this one. It's that red again. Red is just not wanting to do its job. Obviously, red doesn't want to be on this bag. I have no clue. Let's wait a minute and make sure that it's, okay, maybe it worked, who knows. That's why I taught you guys how to measure your bag. So whether you get the exact same bag that we got or you get a different one, what is that noise?
Is something stuck in there? That's what it sounds like.
No, it's like the housing is getting... It cut. I just grabbed the red out. Anyway, but it cut. It was just hitting the housing somehow for some reason. That's why, but back to what I was saying, that's why I was teaching you all at the beginning of the tutorial how to measure so that you can size your icons for your bag accordingly. Okay, so now we have all of these pieces. Oh, darn it.
Is it messing up?
I chopped off the top corner of my sunglasses.
Dude.
I'm gonna leave that on there. Actually, I'm gonna take the rest of them off. I'm gonna leave, because I have enough room to cut the sunglasses again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that pink on the mat, and when I cut the hibiscus out of glitter HTV, I'm actually going to, and let's go back to cancel. Yes, I need to cancel the cut. I'm gonna move this object to here because I wanna leave this where it's at, but I'm gonna actually move it down here, about right there. Should be where it needs to be. So I'm going to hide this, not all of these. I just need this one, and this one. And I don't know if you guys know this, but watch. If I put all of my pieces in the middle that I want to hide, I can select them all and hide all of those. So now I can cut my hibiscus out of this orange glitter HTV in the top corner. And yes, I know that we're cutting glitter HTV and regular HTV, but I'm going to be cutting it on the glitter HTV setting. So if it cuts all the way through everyday iron-on, it's not that big of a deal for this one. Okay. Now we've got it on mirror. We're going to go to continue. And while that loads, Jerry says, I've cleaned them and they still aren't sticking well. Question, Jerry, is it the Nikopamats? Because, so if you want to go through the process of doing the re-stick, like adding the adhesive spray, you can if you want to take the time, but you have to tape off these edges. You have to spray that adhesive down, and sometimes it's just easier to repurchase. And I don't know that I wouldn't repurchase maybe even a Cricut brand mat. I don't know. Like even this brand new standard grip Nicopamat to me feels like it should be a light grip mat. Like this is not standard grip quality that I'm used to. That's just my opinion. I don't know. I could be crazy. Tanner thinks I'm crazy when I say that. But he's okay. So I am going to be searching glitter. Why is it not? Oh, there it is. All glitter iron-on. Done. And we're just going to send it through and cut that one again. That's our last one. So we're getting close. We have these all done here. That needs to stay on. And I'm just going to go ahead and weed this one because it's a little bit more intricate. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're just weeding away, and actually, Sadie, here. Mm-hmm. This is the only thing with this project is go ahead and schedule in some time to weed your tiny little baby designs, or cut them all and weed them when you do have time, because this is honestly one of the more time-consuming parts is weeding these intricate designs if you are using intricate designs. So let's just make sure we got two little baby pieces here that need to come out. And now we are going to start putting our icons on our bag. And you can always, let me go back here. Let's go to cancel. We're going to cancel the cut because we're going to go all the way back to here so that we kind of have an idea of where we placed everything. So now I can kind of decide based on where I designed my everything in Design Space. I can kind of lay it out here and decide if I still like it where it's at. So that was there. We had our scissors here. This is going to go over top of that, but we'll place that
These are ready
there.
for ya.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Anytime.
We had our horseshoes down here. We might move that up just a little bit. And our horseshoes can go this way. We'll put that guy sideways. Our cowboy boot here. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, I have my baseball and my heart. They're the same color scheme, red and white. So I may move my horseshoes possibly over here, and maybe my heart and my wings over here, I think. Okay, last few we have our sunshine and our books and our cowboy boot. Lovely. Okay, now we're just gonna start ironing it down. Now this should be a little bit faster than weeding. Now I feel like I did see a question earlier. Somebody might have asked a question about sublimating. You cannot, oh darn, that got off a little bit, but it's okay. You cannot sublimate on these bags because they are canvas, and canvas is a cotton material. Oh wait, that's a heart and a heart. Huh, no, no. I really don't like that color scheme. I like that. Okay, we're just gonna leave it. We're not gonna think too much into it. I gotta stop overthinking things and just go with my gut. Now, when it does come to layering, you need to hold on to these extra pieces of transfer tape that comes off of your HTV, because you don't want to touch the HTV, the exposed HTV, with your easy press, because otherwise it is going to melt. So for example, our little laces that go on the baseball, I can't just lay these down and take the mini easy press and go in and tack it down, because if it touches this exposed white vinyl, then it is going to melt it. So just keep that in mind. That's why I've held on to this. I'm gonna lay that down, and now I can tack that on top of that white vinyl like that and pull that up. And voila,
Yay.
you're done. After you've ironed it all on, you're done. And it would even be cute if you wanted to. It might even be cute to put a name like down here, could be cute, or even a name up the side. It's all up to you, however you want to do it, but that's it. And you can do it on one side or both sides, whichever you prefer.
One for each of your personalities.
I know. I would have to have 13 bags.
Stop.
One here, depending on what personality I pick that day. Just kidding. Okay, hi, welcome back. First of all, look at this. Let's go overhead and show them how cute this is. We created this image right here from a picture from Sadie and Shane's wedding.
Oh.
I mean, this looks like something that, I want to say this looks like something an artist created. Well, yeah, it does. That's what we trained our GPT to spit back out to us. So we're going to be using ChatGPT today to recreate something similar to this, so that you can then use this graphic and add it to a wine bottle for a cute little gift. I mean, who wouldn't want, like, this is such a cute, like, housewarming gift, like a little, this would be an amazing housewarming gift if someone purchased a home.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And you take a picture of the house and bring this to them as a housewarming gift. I bet you money this bottle would never get thrown away.
I know, right?
So cute. So, with that being said, this project is actually, you're gonna have very minimal supplies today. All we're using is sticker paper.
Stop it.
So like I said, supplies needed, very minimal. We're just using some sticker paper and your favorite bottle of wine, champagne, whatever that may be. And that's it.
So
of course,
fun.
we do have a printer. We have an inkjet printer we're gonna be using. We are using our Cricut. We are using a light grit mat. And we did put ribbon on this one. I did not bring any ribbon in, but you all can see how cute it is when you do add ribbon to a bottle of wine, whatever you decide to put this on. Just know that ribbon, if it does add that little extra touch. We don't have it on the table. Our focus today is mainly going to be taking an image, putting it into an AI software, whether that be, we're using specifically ChatGPT today, but you can also do it within Canva. You're going to get different results with different AI softwares, so just keep that in mind. Now, with all of that being said, I think we're ready. So we're gonna go ahead and hop over to the share screen, and we're starting here in Canva. Now, all we have here in Canva is this picture of the, this is the picture of the venue that Sadie and Shane got married at. First of all, it's beautiful. Like
so
this
beautiful,
picture
guys.
does not do it justice. It is to die for. Like, I don't even think, Sadie, you didn't really even have to decorate. Like, the venue itself decorated. It was already pre-decorated. So anyway, what you are going to do is you don't have to do this. You don't have to start in Canva. I'm starting in Canva strictly because this is where the picture was, and I couldn't find where it was anywhere else. If you have the photo already downloaded on your computer, you don't even have to worry about Canva. I'm just starting here because I need to go to download, and I need to download this image with a transparent background so that I can put it into ChatGPT, okay?
So good.
So like I said, if you already have it downloaded, you can just use the one you already have downloaded on your computer. So once you have your image chosen, we're gonna hop over here to ChatGPT. Now, this is what it's going to look like from the home screen once you get logged in. Now, we do have a prompt, and I have this prompt here that I'm going to copy. Once again, the prompting is going to be the most important part. So let's start out without using the prompt that I actually just copied. Let's just type one out together to try to get to where we're going so that I can show you how different prompts are going to give you different results.
Yes.
So if you are using an image and you want ChatGPT to create something based on an image, you need to come down here to this plus icon and you need to add photos and files, okay? From there, it is going to pull up your downloads, whatever, it's going to pull up your Finder. So I'm going to choose the design here that I just downloaded, or the photo that I just downloaded from Canva. I'm gonna open that up and I can see here, this is the image that we are starting from. So you would think, if this is your first time using AI, you're probably just gonna be playing around with it. And a lot of times, the issue that I see is first-time users are just not super descriptive with their prompts.
Yes.
So I'm gonna show you what it looks like just using a very simple prompt. So when I am putting this in, I think use the prompt that initially came to my head is using this image, create a line drawn image that stays as close to the original image as possible.
So notice that she said, like, use it as close to the image as possible. And if she wanted, like, the background removed, she could have said, hey, I don't want the background. Like, I just want the venue, like, just the building. So you can tell it and be as specific as you want. And the cool part is, even if you realize you weren't specific enough, you can type in one other prompt and be like, hey, edit this. Like, this is not just a one-step process. Like, you actually can communicate with it and, you know, this is part of the crafting that you really, that's the skill set, is like talking to it as it is developing and, you know, things like that. I will say, I have to tell on myself. So I usually do not upgrade to like new things, or like I try to stay in free things like this. And very similarly, I didn't purchase a really nice heat press until we built our sublimation curriculum. I also did not upgrade my ChatGPT until I started building my, you know, course for it. So I will say I love the paid version now, but I never thought I would need a paid version, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
But it has been very nice.
Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in, and this is what it gave me. This is terrible.
Wow, Lauren.
This is terrible. This
wow.
is why crafting your prompts are very important.
And I think it's really easy for a lot of people to see that and be like, yeah, AI's not for me.
Yeah.
Like, AI isn't for me.
I'm telling you.
AI just doesn't work.
So it says, here is the line-drawn version of your image, closely following the original architecture and landscaping using edge detection. Let me know if you'd like the background to be completely white or if you'd prefer a simplified or stylized version. I can also provide the file for download. So remember, this is the basic prompt that I gave it, because if you've never used AI, this is what you would think that you would have to put in.
Yes.
And this is what you're gonna get, and you're gonna realize, oh, I can't do this. This is not doing what I want it to do, because I told it what I thought was exactly what I wanted.
Right.
However, I did not tell it to remove the background. I did not tell it to give me a file to download. I did not tell it any kind of style version that I wanted. So, in doing that, I'm gonna come back down here. I'm gonna add the same photo. Once again, we're adding the same photo, but now we are going to use the prompt that we used to create this image. So our new prompt reads, use this photo to create a black and white line art sketch of the house.
Ooh.
I want it to look like a hand-drawn architectural illustration similar to a real estate sketch or blueprint drawing. Clean lines, no shading, and no background details. Just the house and the landscaping in ink style. Do you see the difference in that prompt that we used versus what I thought, or what you probably thought the only thing you had to tell it?
Yes.
You are giving it direct information that you want it black and white, line art sketch. I want it to look like a hand-drawn architectural illustration. No shading, no background details, just the house and the landscaping in ink style.
Love it.
Now you're gonna see that from that prompt, we will see what we get. Now, one thing I do realize is we don't say, please also give us a downloadable image. So once it does this, we will say, please make this a downloadable image, and we will be able to download it from ChatGPT.
Yay! How awesome.
Oh, and once again, it still didn't give us what it wants.
Oh, what did it say here?
It says, so here is once again what it looks like. And it says, here is the black and white architectural line art sketch based on your photo. It mimics a hand-drawn real estate blueprint style. No, it doesn't. So I wonder if she did use the pro version.
Well, I don't know. Let's log in and find out. Let me come over and log in.
Because I'm on mine.
Huh. Now we're going to compare it. This is so interesting.
Okay, so now we're going to try it on pro.
Okay, we're going to log in. Guys, can we talk about how I gave you guys the whole door code to our office? Like, y'all almost come crafting. I thought I would come back to work and just have y'all crafting away. The door code has been changed since. I swear, they want to verify everything in the world. We're going to get our verification code. But yeah, our office tour was so fun. Waiting on my code.
So you can see how, so my ChatGPT is not trained. And that could be another reason.
Well, we'll see if this pro version does. This is going to be so fun. So we have the prompt, we have the picture.
Oh, you have ChatGPT 4.0.
I think it's because it's paid.
I don't think I had 4.0. I think I had the 3.
Is this the image?
Yes.
Beautiful.
And then
I
just
can
paste.
Just put that code in. So this is our prompty prompt.
So we're going to see if the free version versus the paid version.
One thing I will say about Pro is, honey, it works fast. It is fast.
It also, I have noticed that the 4.0 version gives me more.
They prioritize the Pro. Yeah, they prioritize the Pro and downloads. I was using the free version up until literally a week or two ago, and well, month or two ago, but I was noticing it was just different. Like, it was slower. I would max out. You could only do some of these like 5 times a day or something, so you do have to be mindful. And yeah, love it, love it, love it. So good.
Also, Lisa said, oh my, I'm gonna need to practice writing long, exact sentences. Here's a little tip. I ask AI, ChatGPT, whatever, to create me a prompt to generate an image like what I'm wanting.
Yes, which is a total new one. So super, super fun little one. This is a new chat, just for anyone curious. It's getting started. ChatGPT can make mistakes. I love this disclaimer.
Check your important info.
Oh my gosh, so good. So good. Yeah, and one thing I will say is that it's constantly changing. This is a great time for us to just like real time talk about it.
Yeah.
What we got clearly the other day could be
Was
totally different about
great.
what we're about to get. I mean, this is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Now, I will say we did use, it is hard if you're generating images with an AI software, whether that be ChatGPT, Playground, there's lots of different software.
It's creating my image.
Oh, I see it now.
I see it. It's looking good.
It's looking real good, guys.
This is crazy. Oh, here's our image. Look, guys. Oh my gosh. It's pretty much the same thing.
Pretty much the same thing.
So what I'm going to say, I want to, just because I want to play with it a second, I want it to like look less, it looks like it was drew with pencil.
Yeah.
Do you think, would you agree? Let's look at this. It looks like someone drew it with pencil. I want thicker lines, do you? So I'm going to, this is where I'm going to say, make thicker, how should we describe it?
I would say, while keeping the image the same, please make the lines more consistent.
Lines deeper?
Or thicker.
Thicker?
And more, it's not consistent, but you see how some of it is
and yeah, I don't like that they're like faded or like really thin. Like
thicker and not faded.
Thicker and not and
thicker and
solid
yeah.
lines. This is a certain style we're going after, and I can't think of it. But this is where you're not even having to re-upload the photo. It's memory. So now with ChatGPT, it remembers, here's our starting image, here's what we're at. It's going to, just clarify it.
Yeah, so, Megan says Lauren uses her manners. I do say please do this, and I try. I'm very bad at that.
We respect our AI here. You always want to end it by saying thank you.
I swear I do. I swear I do.
And we treat it, because it's reading the web, and everybody's, nice on the web, so we want to be nice.
Right.
So this looks almost the same.
It's a little bit thinner.
It's a little bit thinner. I'll let you take back over and finish any more. I'm super happy with that because I think on a sticker and things like that, it'll look awesome.
If we're being honest, the first one is still my favorite.
Okay, perfect. Let's do.
That's just my personal favorite because I feel like I have lost some of the details in the thicker. You can choose which one you like the best. You can do whatever you want. I will say this, that when you are done on the pro version, if you have the free version, you probably do have to tell chat to create an image that I can then download. That will then give you a downloadable image. If you're in the pro version or the 4.0 version, you're going to be able to see at the bottom of this image generation, you can just go ahead and download it. So once you're done and once you have gotten to the point that you like whichever one fits your style the best, you are then just going to download that image. You can see it downloads here, ChatGPT image July 16th. It does give it a date. And y'all, you're ready to take it over to Cricut Design Space and start creating. Like, it's truly that simple.
So good.
It really is. So once you have played around with it, gotten that design, we are now ready to just pop over here to Design Space, and we are going to start designing our print and cut image.
Yay!
Once you have that image downloaded, we are over here in Design Space, and I'm actually going to change my canvas color to a gray so that you all can see our sticker a little bit better. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to upload. We are going to upload an image, and we are going to bring our Finder back into view right here. We're going to go to our downloads, and we are just going to drag and drop our image here. We're going to hit continue. With this one, we are doing it as on a white sticker, so the background doesn't really matter that much. If you do not want it on a white sticker, you can go through and remove this background. You can do the automatic background remover if you have Cricut Access. If not, you can go through and select and remove the background. Like I said, for this one, we are putting it on a white sticker, so a white background truly doesn't matter. So we're just gonna hit apply and continue, and we want this as a flat graphic, and then we are just going to upload it to Design Space. And boom, here it is. Now it does look like this one gave us a few more details, or it's like there's some trees that are some different details in this image. Let's blow it up so you all can see it better. So here is, just so we can compare. And I'll zoom out one more. So here is the original image. It did have some like background details here. You can see this kind of just shows that it is the glass house. It had a couple little details that were a little different, but for the most part, it's pretty similar. Pretty much the same on both sides. So once you have gotten your image and downloaded it, we will just start the process and do it from top to bottom together. So the first thing that you're gonna need to do, we'll go overhead. We need to measure the size of our sticker here.
We need to, do we need more tape measures? I'm just gonna grab quite a few from the storage room because
Sounds
I just
good.
need some. We just need quite a few.
I just don't know, our tape measures I think have grown legs and decided to get up and walk away because, oh wait, here's one.
Yay!
Okay, so we are going to measure our sticker here. I'm probably gonna go with about, I'd say I'm gonna go with probably a 4 by, I think I wanna go with a 4 by 3.5 because I think I want it a little bit longer. I don't want it a square like this. I want it to be here and just go a little bit over on the side. So we'll go back to Design Space. We are going to grab a shape. We're just going to grab a square, and I said I wanted the width to be 4.5, so I'm gonna unlock the size aspect ratio. I'm gonna type in a 4.5 by, what did I say, 3 or 3.5? Let me double check this. 3.5, so 4.5 by 3.5. And then I'm going to change the color to white, and then we will zoom in. So now that I have the size of my sticker exactly how I want it, I'm now going to bring this forward and put this in front and kind of size it down to fit onto this sticker. Beautiful. Oh, she made hers a whole lot bigger. She made hers 6.5 by 5.5. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just do 6.5 by 5 and some change. Looks pretty good to me. Okay. And actually, I wonder if I could edit this and bring this up. I may not be able to, but I think this sidewalk down here is kind of throwing me off and I want it covered. So a quick workaround for that, I'm just going to grab a shape. I'm gonna once again change the color to white. I'm gonna size this to about right here to kind of cut off.
Love that.
That.
Easy.
So this is how easy it is to kind of cut if you have pieces that you want to just hide. I'm just gonna bring that shape in here, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to, before I go any further, I'm gonna select this all and I'm gonna flatten it together.
Beautiful.
Now I have room down here at the bottom to really add the names that I want and the date. So we are using Maker's Gonna Learn fonts today, and we are using, I think we're using, give me a second, I have it written down. We are using Sweet Lemon and Sienna.
Woohoo.
So to get those fonts, we're gonna come over here to Maker's Gonna Learn, to the website. I am on the font section, so the first one is going to be Sweet Lemon. And I know that we don't have these downloaded, so Sweet Lemon in all caps is gonna be the first one. To download a font from our website, you're gonna click this arrow pointing down. You do have to double click it once it downloads, so we're gonna unzip that file. It is then gonna open up as an OTF. We are going to double click it again if you are on a Mac. If you are on a PC, you are going to right click and extract the font. And then from there, once you have extracted it or once you have double clicked it, you are going to install it onto your computer. If you are on a Mac, it's going to install into your font book. If you are on a PC, it is called your character map. And then the other one that we are using is Sienna, but I'm pretty sure that we have it here in our, I think we already have it downloaded, so let me go over here to text and let me go to our fonts and double check. So I'm in my system fonts, so I'm gonna look for Sienna. And we do. We have Sienna downloaded. Beautiful, but we do not have Sweet Lemon. So let me show you how you can check if you have a font on your, within Cricut Design Space, is you can come over here to your system fonts. Those are all gonna be the fonts that are found on your computer. So do we have Sweet Lemon? And we do not. Perfect, I'm so glad that we don't, so I can show you exactly what to do. So we just downloaded Sweet Lemon onto our computer. However, Cricut Design Space is not recognizing that font. That is because we have to reload Design Space so that it now picks up on all of the new things that we installed on our computer. So before doing anything else, we are going to come up here and make sure we hit save because we have done some work on this and we do not want to get rid of our work. We do not want to lose it. So we're gonna click save. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna come up here to File, or Window, or View, sorry. We're gonna go to View, and we're gonna hit Reload, and we're going to reload Cricut Design Space. Now, the reason hitting that Save button is the most important thing is because if you reload without saving, you are gonna lose all of the work that you have just done.
Uh-oh, can't do that.
You cannot do that. Also, I'm not sure why this says good vibrations. But anywho, we're gonna come back over here to blank canvas and I'm gonna change the color back to this light gray so we can see what we're working with. So we have Sienna here, beautiful. We will zoom in so we can see it a lot better. Now we need to use Sweet Lemon, so we are going to grab another text box. We're gonna come up here to our fonts. We're gonna go back to our system fonts and now we can type in Sweet Lemon. And there she is. Beautiful. So now what I'm doing is I'm just putting the names of whoever you are making this for. So for us, it is going to be, with my caps lock on, Sadie and Shane, because I do like it very big, and I actually think I want to do, she put Shane and Sadie Michael. I kind of just think I want to put the Michaels.
Love it.
The Michaels. It's no apostrophe because it's not a possessive noun.
I hope you're not asking, I hope you're telling.
I think. I'm saying it out loud in my head.
So confidently and
I'm
nobody will question.
I'm saying it out loud in my head to make sure. I'm saying it out loud in my head.
I love it.
Another thing that I think I'm gonna do, y'all hear me out, I think I'm gonna do some line spacing. Or some letter spacing.
Ooh.
I think this letter spacing is a little too close. If you are wanting to spread it out to make it a little bit, the Michaels. Michaels? Did I?
Oh.
So
you were renaming you.
I'm renaming you.
There's a lot of Michaels out there. We want you to be special.
I didn't realize that I misspelled it.
I'm telling myself real fast. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you all know, my actual name is Michael. As a child, I don't think I learned how to spell Michael until probably the 6th grade.
You know, it happens. You didn't go by Michael, so.
That's right. That's right.
I'm adding some letter spacing to this because that looks so much better than it did before.
So good.
So much more professional.
So good.
And you can add letter spacing as well if you come up here to where it says letter spacing at the top and just hit that up arrow. And if you don't like it, you can always come back down a little bit, whatever. You move that around until your heart is content. But I do think sometimes spacing out our letters, not on script fonts,
Woo!
is the way to go.
Love
Okay?
it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
If there is one thing that I have ever taught you guys, please do not ever separate your script fonts. I literally saw a professional, or who I thought was a professional, create a banner that used a script font and none of the letters touched.
No, no,
And it made me
no,
internally
no,
cringe.
No,
Just saying.
no. No, no, no. Not Gucci.
Yeah, okay.
Love it.
Julie, if it said the family, it would say the Michael family, not the Michaels, because their last name is Michael. So anyway, we're just putting the Michaels. Now, what you're gonna do, if you want to, you can add the date, the location, whichever one you prefer. So we will put May, see, it's all caps. That looks not smart. May 18, 2025. We're gonna scale this down, move it here. Then we're gonna duplicate and I'm gonna put the location. Sevierville, TN. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select both of these. We're gonna come over here to align. We are going to center them vertically. Looked like they already were. And from there, I'm just going to detach those because they're not in the right. I think I want them still a little closer together. So I probably shouldn't have done that. We'll use our arrows to bring them together here and bring this one in here, bring it in. And then as a separator, I'm going to come over here to our shapes. I'm gonna grab a line, just like this. I'm going to make it smaller. Now, a line does come into Design Space as it comes in as a score line. So I'm actually going to change it here in just a second.
Does it come in as a score or cut?
It comes in as a score.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it comes in as a score.
Love it.
I'm gonna change it to a basic cut, and the reason that I'm changing it to a basic cut
Such a
is
great
because I do not want it thick, and I'm going to flatten it, so I want that super thin line.
No, say you needed a thick line, you would just say draw. Right?
Yes.
And
Well,
then flatten it.
if I wanted a thicker line, yes, you can come down here to draw. You can change it to pin. Now, this is just a little hack. If you want a thicker line, you can change the function to draw or to pin, and then come over here to the color and you change the thickness of what you
big
are
pin.
drawing. So now we can make it 1 millimeter black, and you can see how it makes the line thicker.
Love it.
That's just a little hacky hack for anyone who wants to have a little bit of a thicker line. And actually, you know, I don't hate that. Now that I've got it on there, we might just leave it. I don't know. Maybe we'll go back. I don't know. But anyway, that's how you can change it out. Maybe if you want it in between, there is a 0.08 in black. That's a little bit thinner. So you can play around with it to pick whichever one you want. So I am going to just double check and make sure all of these are centered. So we're gonna go over here to align. Once again, center, that didn't look right. Align, that's definitely not right. This one looks a little bit more up. I'm just gonna eyeball it and center them. I'm not gonna be precise today. I think that looks good. And then I'm going to move them over just a little bit. We're just aligning this. And if you need to, you can select that and we can go aligned. No, we're gonna go back. Actually, let's put all these together. So we're gonna attach these. Now what we can do is select, 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 and then we can go align, center. That does not look centered at all. We're gonna eyeball it, y'all.
Love it.
I'm not, I think this looks good. I'm gonna zoom back out. I think this is perfect. And then once we have everything lined up exactly where you want it, what you're gonna do is select it all and flatten together. And that's it. Pretty simple. Now, once you have that, okay, I was just making sure for some reason the letters on that were so thin from far away that it didn't look like it was connected. I was just double checking. But once you have done that, we are ready to print. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this, and now we're going to go to make it. We are printing this on our inkjet printer before we cut it with our Cricut. So if you want to run this out there,
Awesome.
to the printer, we'll go ahead and get it printed.
Lauren's mic is trying to get
Oh, Lauren's mine.
Again, surprise, surprise. Let me just do this. Bloop. And I'll just stick it on my shirt. That seems to always do the trick. So once we have this ready, we're gonna go to continue. We are going to send this to printer. We are using our Canon TS9500. With this, you do not need to add bleed, so we're gonna turn the bleed off. We're gonna use the system dialog and we're gonna hit print. Our print box is going to come up behind it. We are going to feed this from the rear tray on best quality and we're gonna hit print. Should not have gone by what she had in Design Space. I should have actually gone with my measurements because whatever.
It's okay.
So we're gonna go back and reprint
another one?
this.
You want me to pop another piece in there?
Sure.
Perfect.
But we can go ahead, I can show you what the print looks like.
Yes, and we can talk about AI, answer your questions, and then we'll
Yes.
talk more about other things you can do with AI because I find the conversation to be so fun.
So I should have listened to you all know me, measure twice,
Cut once.
cut once,
Or
and
print
I
once.
measured, but I didn't trust myself.
So good.
Okay, so now that it is the right size, and I would have gone by what I measured, we are now ready to cut our sticker to place on our bottle. So we are using the sticker, actually we're gonna go to browse all material. We are doing, I'll just type in sticker. We're just gonna go with the gray. I honestly get so confused between the gray liner, the green liner. I just pick one. So we're just gonna go with the gray liner paper. And then we are going to load this into our machine and then have Cricut cut this. So the gray paper lining did cut all the way through the backer, so it probably was the green that I needed to use. That they have those settings for Cricut sticker paper. So anyway, this is what it looks like after it is cut. Super, super cute. And then all we're gonna do now is we are going to take this off. I'm gonna use, if you don't know this trick, this is one of my favorites. I love using the burnishing tools to lay it in the middle. Now this bottle is a little off-centered, so you have to kind of center that up so that it doesn't fall forward. And we're just gonna line that. You can see I placed it there on that, and now it doesn't roll back and forth, y'all. So cool when it comes to putting stickers on things like this. And now we're just gonna line it up and pop that bad boy on there. And look, we now have a new wine bottle label.
So fun.
A customized wine bottle label.
And if you wanted to sell these to realtors, you could do so many things. Like imagine them constantly coming to you and saying, hey, I have a closing this week. Here's the picture of the house from the listing.
Yep.
And then you can just like bless people out. And it's a consistent stream of orders. You can make these for all your friends, all your family. It is so fun.
I love it.
This is what we're making. Let's go overhead. Today is just gonna be a craft and yap, I guess. And I think We love it. So this is a frame we are designing from Design Space, of course, but we are using 2 Makers Can Learn fonts. We're making our pattern in Kittle. And then this is just cardstock, which all of this is from Celebration Warehouse. Y'all know Ashley, such a friend of the show. And then we're using some foil. Is this HTV?
Yep.
Foil HTV. So we're gonna have our mini
It's from
easy
Amazon.
press. We love it. We have our mini easy press. Really simple. I think you're going to learn a little bit about our process that I think will make this super easy for you. And I think you'll be really impressed. So yeah, I love this frame. These frames are so fun. Again, Lauren, you're spot on with the baby shower gift. Also, one of our dear friends, I won't say who it is, but like her baby's coming so soon. You know what I'm talking about?
I do know who
I'm
you're
so
talking about.
freaking pumped.
So excited
Our
for that
friend
baby to
has
be here.
not told us the gender. She doesn't even know the gender.
She doesn't know the gender.
So it's like, we're getting a lot of things all at once with this particular
We don't know
baby.
gender. We don't know name. We don't know
Oh, the
anything.
name. That's the second part. And then
We
like
don't know
she's been
name.
so sick. None of us have
We don't
really
even
seen
really
her.
know her anymore.
Oh my God. True. She's like a different person right now. But we're super excited for all the babies happening. So anyway, let's head on over to Design Space. Here is our Design Space set up. This is super easy, but it is more of a advanced setup. So I am super excited. This pattern we were able to develop in Kittle, and the 2 fonts we have linked down below, but this one is going to be super, super fun. I did a dang slice and I lost the font. One is Sangria, which is
Sangria,
this
and the other one is
script.
Stella Rosa.
Stella Rosa is our second one. So Stella Rosa is our basic font, and then Sangria is our script font today. So love it, love it, love it. So good, so good. Super, super fun. So what we will do is, first of all, I wanna go ahead and you want to size whatever frame you have. So like a 5x7, we will just grab a shape and we will grab a square and we're gonna type in 5x7. So let's unlock it. The width is 5, the height is 7. You can change the color. We'll change it to pink. Beautiful. And yeah, that's the start of this here. Then what we can do is get ready and we'll just bring in the pattern. So let's head over to Safari. And this, my friend, is Kittle. So if you're trying to multitask with me, please come back. I am super, super excited to teach you this today. If you're on Kittle, this is their dashboard and you can click new project. You can, there's just a few, options. So we'll do a standard 1200 by 1200. You will do DPI. We just like to bump up the quality, y'all. So we're gonna bump that up to 300. And we're just using pixels. So super great. You can press create. So super, super fun. So once you're here, we are gonna go down to Kittle AI, which is on the left-hand sidebar. So we'll click on that. What I wanna let you guys know about is Kittle has what I'm calling like a 2-step process, all right? So you get to give your prompt here in this box, but before you get to give your prompt, you also can go through different styles, all right? So you could, quickly click on this style here, or you could expand it and just go through all the styles. There are like pattern ones. So if you know you're doing a pattern and any of these designs resonate with you, you could do that. Why I like this idea is because the AI is trained in patterns. But for me personally, none of my designs I think are really resonating here. Like this wallpaper looks very AI. This looks too childish. This, you know, none of this is really resonating. We're looking for the style to be just a little bit of the direction, all right? So you could go through artistic and be like, if you want your flowers to be like very flat lay, you could, you know, give it that flat lay. If you want soft shapes, if you want retro, vintage, an anime design, like there's all sorts of themes. And this is just really good to note. If you want a poster version, that could be cool. There's lots of different ones. So I'm going to show you, I think the flat lay would actually look really interesting with this. And it is super, super good. So if you all are inside of AI for Creatives, we have a full in-depth module on Kittle. It's really fun. It's really awesome. We just like giving you guys, you know, new tools that we're working with. And I like doing this in a live setting so you can see how we actually do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, create a flower pattern in these colors. Lauren, would you like to help me, or should we teach them how to get a color palette? Ooh, because like right now, like if the camera wasn't on, I would probably just open up and get a color palette.
I would say go ahead and you can, I love just going to Google.
Yeah.
And there is a website that has color palettes already put together
Do you
for
know
you.
this website?
Just go to Google and then search color palettes.
Beautiful. Like a color palette generator or just color palette?
You could do a color palette generator.
Okay.
And I don't know the name of the website.
Color hex codes.
Sure.
Canva, color palette generator, color hunt.
Color generator. That one sounds good. I don't know. I just normally click, yeah, that's it. That's the one I like to use.
Okay, neat. So we're just gonna go through here, and I just love, again, what Lauren's been talking about with this awesome baby shower in mind. We can kind of go through, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I kind of love that this has some of the mint. We already have some of those colors though. So, you know, what could we do here? Like, ooh, should we do a whole color palette with flowers in this rainforest and then bring in some greens, gold foil, pink?
Which one did you say? The greens?
I have this rainforest. What do you think about these?
Ooh, I do like that, and do a more of a muted tone. Are you doing it for a gender neutral?
Yeah, you never know. I just really like how these greens kind of vibe with like maybe some of the foil and the pink that we're gonna bring in together.
The grays are throwing me off in that color palette.
Yeah.
But what you could do.
You could just not tell it
I
about
like
the
that
grays.
brighter green one down there.
This one?
I can't see where you're. Yeah, that one.
All these greens?
I can't see it really good from here.
It's neon.
Oh, it's neon.
Very neon. Yeah.
From over here, from the
That looks
side,
good.
it looks like a more muted green.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll do some soft, cool colors. Because this has like some purple, some blue, green,
Yeah.
white. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to, here's what I want to do. I want to like teach y'all, oh my gosh, it even says soft, cool color, flowers. So anyway, we're just going to feed the AI some of these details, all right? So create a color palette.
I'm curious to see if you can type in hex codes.
I know, let's
with-
see. Let's see if we can just give it the hex codes.
Kittle does take hex codes.
Does it? Do you think it'll work
But
in
with AI, I wonder if you could type out,
Okay.
create a pattern, a floral pattern with the following hex code,
these
using the following hex codes.
I've done it before.
Oh, period. Okay, so
Sadie, why aren't you teaching?
that's literally what I told her. I'm like, so Sadie taught, did you teach the whole Kittle module? Oh my gosh, so she really could be up here, but you only get me today, sorry. So we're gonna click generate image and see what happens. So we're generating, if it actually works this fast, I'm gonna be shook. I've never seen a AI image generator be working. We may love it, we may not, all right? And that's the best part, we can reject it. What did it create?
What is that?
I don't know. I must have forgot that we're making a flower pattern in these colors.
Did you put pattern in the?
I did. So obviously we didn't get any of our colors.
I wonder if it thought you meant patterned flower.
Oh, maybe.
A repeating
I'm gonna try a
pattern
different
with
style.
A floral repeating pattern is
Try-
what you may
try
need
a
to
different
put.
style. Tammy, if you want to turn crafting into money, you need to go to the description and watch our 5 shifts to passive income with your Etsy shop. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what I did was I went back to this style that we had worked with before, and this is what we've got. So look at this. This is just one. This is like a little awesome little acrylic painting. Super cool. We could stop here. One thing I'm not sure about is if we could like add things to our prompt, like make this hex codes with a repeating pattern, not
I almost feel
hand
like
painted.
I almost feel like it needs to be, and you add like watercolor. Like the first one we had like a watercolor, looked like a
Yes.
watercolor detail.
Yeah, so I wish I could like prompt like an area to get feedback, but what I'm doing is just adding things to the prompt. And oh, so it's gonna give me a whole new one. So, ooh, okay. So see, it's a little bit more patterny. This looks pretty good. I like the white, I think, but I'm going to see if we can get one that has less white. So notice I'm like giving it feedback, but it is just building a new one. And the cool part is you can keep all of these. So like notice I have like, you know, all of these. I'm gonna delete that one. But I have these other ones to choose from, so. Okay, and look, I think this is our one. So look, it took our white and it like filled it in with other colors. Beautiful. I love it.
No,
Love
that
it, love
one's
it.
pretty.
Yeah, that one's adorable. So what we'll do is we're going to, once we're happy with it, we need to export it out. So we're gonna click export in the top right-hand corner. We're gonna click export. We're gonna export it 300 DPI, PNG, and we're going to click download. And then once we click download, we are going to allow that to download. Yeah, I love these colors, y'all. We did such a great job. We built it together. Y'all, super great. And you can see here. Boom. Awesome. So what we'll do is we'll come over here to Cricut. Aw, Michelle, no, you're not the only one that's frustrated. It is just another skill. No worries, don't stress out.
One of the things that I have learned with AI
Tell us.
is you have to kind of retrain your brain, because once again, and I feel like I've said it once and I'll say it again, I feel like AI is really going to help us communicating what we want and need
Very direct.
with other
is
people
so literal.
as well.
AI is like, there's no, you can't read between the lines. It
No.
is so literal.
Yeah, I
what
think-
you say is the direct correlation of what you get.
Yes.
No drama, no people addition, for better, for worse. Yeah, I agree with you, Lauren. It's crazy. Right.
We did have someone in the chat saying that it works almost like Canva. Yes. So think of Kittle as kind of like Canva had a baby almost with Adobe Illustrator,
Yeah.
but not as intense as Adobe Illustrator, because you work on artboards. Like just
Yeah.
like in Illustrator, you have your different artboards.
Yeah.
So it's not like pages in Canva, it's artboards.
Yeah, and then look, as soon as we upload it, Cricut's like, look at all the ones we have. Like, do you want ours? We're like, no, we made it. So anyway, I'm just gonna size this down. This is the pattern we are gonna work with for this lesson, which is super, super awesome. So moving right along, to build this out, we need this awesome monogram, and this font is linked down below for all of our Makers Learn members. Y'all have it. What we need to do though is we need a beautiful offset. And this offset we're going to do today is a 0.1 offset. You can see here, beautiful. Before we move forward, I am going to do something we normally do not do. We are going to select this image, all right, the offset and the main one, and we're going to click slice. All right, we are going to keep this black. We are going to use this here in a moment. We're going to remove the inner piece here, delete, and this is what we will eventually cut out of our gold. So I'm just going to make it this color. So this is what you should look like. You should have 4 things for me. If you're crafting along with me, if you're watching the replay later, these are the 4 items you should have thus far. You should have your size of the frame. For us, we're working with a 5x7. You should have a offset basic text. We are using, what font is this again?
Stella Rosa is the M. The other one is Sangria.
Perfect. Stella Rosa, you need to have that font and have done an offset. And you should have 1 offset with an inner piece cut out and then 1 black in your pattern. All right? So what we'll do is we're going to take this M and we're going to click arrange, bring it to the front. And here I'm going to click align and we're going to center vertically. And then once it's vertically, I'm going to select it and I'm just going to use my keys and just get arrow up. The font for a 5x7, we have it at 2.9 by 2.75 for our monogram today. Okay, so once you have that positioned, you are going to take both of these layers. All right, you take both of these layers and we're going to slice again. Love it, love it, love it, love it. We're going to take it, pull it away, and boom. We're going to delete these 2. We're going to bring in our foil here. Beautiful. Boom. It's like I work here or something. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then look, guys, we're going to size this pattern down so it fits perfectly behind here, and you can kind of play around with what it would look like. So if you're like, oh my gosh, I want the pattern to be bigger, you could do that. Like if you're like, oh, I love how this looks, then you would just, you know, leave it, or you may like it smaller and you play around. Whoa. Whoa, cricket, come back. And you may be like, okay, now I can really see its flowers. So we're gonna leave it like that. And then what we will do to finish this project, so right now we have our pattern background, we have our sliced pink cardstock, and we have our foil HTV. The next thing we want to do is bring in our amazing script font, which we have up here, but I'll teach you how to get it from the basics. Let's go to text, and we already have Sangria selected, and you can pick whatever words you want. So we did Madison, and once you have it here, you could play around with your letter space.
I don't know that I wouldn't make that Madison the M lowercase m.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will say this: when you are designing, especially when you are designing,
just looks so much more natural.
Like, for some reason, this Sangria font, yes, as an English person, not so much English. Anyway, as a stickler for the rules, I understand a capital M would work, but design-wise, the lowercase m just looks so much better, in my opinion.
Yeah. And then you would just pick where you want it to be placed. I am going to cut this to save material, so I'll manually have to eyeball this anyway. Like if I put it perfectly here, it doesn't really matter because it's not staying there. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. One thing about Madison, I did want to ask Lauren if you knew the glyphs. Yeah, do you know the glyphs?
So if you go to the font book, it should be part of that font.
On Sangria. Beautiful. So let's open this up here. Perfect. So if you scroll down, so you can see the whole script here, but if you scroll down, you're going to see you have the glyphs. So I need to find my M, and I need the lowercase m, so it's right here. So I'm going to copy this lowercase m, and I'm going to replace just this m and drop that here. And then I'm going to find my N on the opposite side, which is right here. And you'll click copy. So this is like another advanced one for y'all. We're throwing you for curveballs, huh? Are y'all ready for this? Guys, come on. Come on. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, so good. So, so good. Now, once you're happy here, you will go through and we'll begin cutting all of this out. Are you guys ready? I'm going to group this and hide it.
Now, I will say this. Some people are saying, like Tara said, I didn't know about this. Not all fonts are going to have glyphs.
Right.
But you definitely need to check out some of your favorite fonts and see if they have glyphs, because if they do, glyphs can be a game changer.
Y'all been sleeping.
Carol, if you have a MacBook, it is called font. It's your font book. That is just where all of your fonts live. If you have a PC, it is going to be called your character map.
Yes.
It's going to be similar how you do it. They may be in a couple different locations, but it should be the same. You'll just pull up your character map, scroll down to the bottom of the font, find the glyphs, copy and paste.
Yeah. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, so, yes, we love the swoosh. So good. Yeah, aw, Susan, we love teaching y'all. It's what our heart.
If you want to go ahead and print the other one,
yeah, let me go ahead and press make it.
Stick some
This'll be
cardstock.
so good. We're gonna work on the mat as always here at Makers Gonna Learn. If this is your first time being at boot camp, let me know in the chat. Let me know how long you've been a friend of the show. I love getting to see it and hear from you guys, so let me know. We're going to send this to the printer, and then look, we only have three mats. Print and cut, cardstock, foil. Very easy, very simple. You're gonna work with me. It's gonna be great. Let's send that over to the printer. The sensor marks are here. We're using the TS9500. We're gonna use system dialog. I'm gonna leave the bleed on because, you know, why not? And then it's gonna pop up on the back. And we're gonna do quality. We're going to do from the rear tray. And our quality is gonna be best because we are the best. Click print. If you're wanting to know about anything we reference on our a YouTube video, I would definitely check the description or rewatch the video.
Yes.
Just so you can get all of the details. Super great. Do you ever cut fabric on your Cricut? Marcy, I am not a sewist, but it is super good, so you can.
I love to cut fabric on the Cricut, especially if you don't have a maker and you don't have the rotary tool. You can cut bonded fabric on your Explorer Series machine, or obviously a maker. A maker has a rotary tool, so you definitely can. But if you only have an Explorer Series machine, you can use bonded fabric. So you can put like a stabilizer on the back of your fabric, let's say heat and bond, whatever, and still cut fabric and get those fabric style appliques, which I love as a workaround. If you're not a sewist or you don't embroider or you don't sew, you can still get the sewn look.
Our friends of the show, first of all, if you love to sew and you're not following Tara Reid on YouTube, she's a dear friend of mine. She's confirmed.
Tara Reid is confirmed.
She's coming. Her project is bomb.
Yes.
She just showed me.
Yes. It's a sewing project.
It's a sewing project.
We have 2 sewing projects for Christmas Craft Week.
Ooh. Y'all, it's going to be so great.
Go follow Tara Reid, by the way. She
follow
has a
Tara.
lot of amazing,
so many amazing
sewing
ones.
projects.
So good. I'm trying to sell our old office. My poor realtor. I got some bad news about this offer. Give me a call.
No,
Thought we sold it. Thought we sold it today. We do love Tara. She and I got to work together in such a special program that I no longer run, and she's one of my favorite people. Like, I just adore her. I have known her in the industry for years. She was one of the first people that I ever learned what art licensing was. And if you do not know what that is when artists design patterns and collections, and then companies will be like, oh, can I use that pattern and put it on a plate, on bedding and all the things. So anyway, that's what she's done for a career, and for her to come to YouTube and share all of her knowledge, like such an over deliver, and she's amazing. So anyway, she just was texting me, so super fun. All right, now we have our foil. I need to weed this out, and then we're gonna bring it all together. So I'm gonna preheat my mini easy press. It's not plugged in. I wish I could sew too, Megan, but honestly,
On the side
I
of the
don't
leg.
know. I don't know. I've not tried to sew since the Cricut headquarters in like 2017, so probably won't start today. Yes, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Listen, our team is working in overdrive. If you are a Passive Earner Society member, we have a huge announcement September 15th. You're not even gonna be prepared for what we're launching and making available to you guys, so just buckle up. Super crazy. We are doing something I thought I never would do, and it's coming September 15th. So if you're in Passive Earner Society, we have a huge challenge we're running until we share the big news. So good. Now, what we're gonna do next is we're going to apply our HTV right about here. Oh, guys, how did we do? I will tell you, this project has been one of the easiest. I'm about to like have a craft fail because I'm saying this, but like this has been one of the easiest projects to make lately. Lauren, have your projects this week that you've been making like just felt easier? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we are very much in.
I mean, these are advanced, but they've been pretty easy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was watching the video because your head was right over top of the M. It's fine. I think we're still used to our camera being a little further away, like toward the middle of the table, so sometimes our head gets in the way.
Yeah, we got to perfect.
But yes, I do feel like, although we have done advanced projects this week, I still really feel like they have been
really
a little bit easier to digest and comprehend and understand.
Yeah.
Which I love.
Me too. Me too. I will say the energy, like I've been really having fun making recorded YouTube videos, but like there's just something about live crafting that will never get old. So look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay, 2 different patterns. It's almost the same exact way. Adorable. Y'all, frame it, crush it, have so much fun. Highly, highly, highly recommend. I love this technique. I love being able to have the pattern on the back.
In today's video, we are doing another possible Christmas gift, and I'm so excited to do this, and I want to show you guys where we kind of got this idea. So, have you all seen people taking just regular sweaters and turning them into cardigans, like sports-themed cardigans? At first, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit iffy, but I really think I wanna make one because I think they would be super cute. So let me show you what I mean. Here is one example that we saw. You can see here, we're just cutting it and turning it into a cardigan. But this is just something, she just took a sweatshirt and cut it into a cardigan. I think we can make our own and customize it to whatever you want. So, before we get started, let's go ahead and talk about everything that I have here on the craft table and what you're going to need to do this as well. So first thing, we have a sweatshirt, just a plain sweatshirt here. Now this is just a Hanes sweatshirt. It's nothing fancy. I did get an extra large. I'm gonna show you how you can cut this to fit. And then we'll play around with the sizing. I'll make sure that sizing works. And then we'll talk about that throughout the video. Next up, we do have some HTV. Would you have guessed that we were doing Tennessee orange? Die-hard Vols fans here in the house, we can't help it. If it's not your team, that is perfectly fine. Make this that fits your team, your state, whatever you want. Next, we have just a standard grip mat that's going to keep our heat transfer vinyl down on the mat when we cut it with our Cricut. And then we have our Cricut Mini Easy Press to put our HTV on our sweatshirt. And then finally, you need a really good pair of fabric scissors. This is going to be very important, especially when it comes to cutting your sweatshirt. You need to have a good set of fabric scissors. This is just going to ensure that you have really nice, clean, even cuts. So with that being said, I think I want to cut the sweatshirt first before adding the HTV. That way I can position my vinyl exactly where I want to. Now the video that I showed you, the TikTok that I showed you, she just took a regular sweatshirt that was already printed on. It looked like it was probably screen printed, and she just cut it herself. That is definitely doable if you want to do that. If you don't want to customize it, maybe you have one that you want to turn into a cardigan, you can do that. But we're going to make our own with HTV. So with that being said, let's go ahead and put our sweatshirt on and let's get it cut, and then we will jump into design space. I already cut the gray sweatshirt that I was turning into a cardigan, and I still am turning into a cardigan, and thought that I hit record on the whole cutting process and did not. So that is why you see me in a black cardigan, and I'm gonna show you how to cut and how to measure to cut your cardigan. So this one is a little bit smaller than the gray one, not a problem. No matter what, if you are wanting an oversized cardigan look, you do need to go ahead and order a sweatshirt a size larger. If you want a more fitted look, you need to order your true size. So I did grab some of these little sewing clips. That's going to help us determine where we want to cut our sweatshirt. So that's going to help us determine where we want to cut our sweatshirt. Now, if you want it longer, I would suggest just cutting the bottom band here. Don't worry about cutting up forward, cutting higher. Another thing that you need to consider is this material is going to roll a little bit. It's probably not gonna fray, but it will roll. So if you think you want it shorter, mark it, but then we're gonna move it down just a tad. That way it doesn't look like a cropped cardigan. We are not looking for a cropped cardigan. So this one, the band is a little tight. You know how sweatshirts normally are, but I'm going to pull it all the way down because once we take that band off, it's going to sit exactly where it needs to. So from there, you can determine if you want it longer, you're just gonna cut the band off. If you want it shorter, we just kind of want to mark where we want it to hit. So for this one, I'm thinking I want it to hit about the hip area. So I'm gonna take my clip and I'm just going to clip it right here on the side, you can see. And now I can take this off and lay it down on our cutting mat. So here is the gray one that I did cut. I'm gonna also cut this black one and show you the difference in the two. We'll just move this one to the side and I'll show you how I did it. So what we're gonna do is we're going to lay this down. Now I did get out this cutting mat. If you have one, you can go ahead and grab one. And this is just gonna help you kind of keep everything straight. You can see that clip is not laying straight, so I'm gonna keep it kind of the same, but move this out and we'll clip it right there. Beautiful. Let me move this up so we can see it better. Now, what I'm going to do with this one is I want this to line up, and this is actually, if you're having issues getting it to line up and it's bunching like this because of this, I might first cut this bottom off, like this bottom band off before cutting here. So I'm just going to cut along this band, and if it makes it easier for you, you can kind of cut it in different sections. So I want to get it even, so I'm going to cut right along the top of the stitch, and I'm separating both the top and bottom layer because this is, if your sweatshirt is bunching like this, I would suggest separating that top and bottom layer. That way we can get an even cut across, like that. Then I'm just gonna come here and cut the bottom half of the sweatshirt. Just like that. And now it lays flat so much better than what it was. So what I'm going to do, and this is what I did, and if you want to, if you cut the bottom band off, we can try it on again and see where it sits now. So let's just do that. So now that we have the bottom band off, and I just moved my clip, we can see that it's still just a little bit longer. I don't hate this length. Let me get a little closer. I don't hate this length. I still want it to be more sitting like right here. So I'm going to just clip this here, kind of like right there. Remember, we have to give a little bit of room for the roll. So I'm gonna clip it right here again. I'm gonna take it back off, we'll lay it back down, and then we'll determine where we're gonna cut it. So I've still got it clipped. Sorry if my mic was muffled. I forgot that I had it on when I put this sweatshirt on. So you can see when it clips, when I clip it, I think I'm clipping it at the actual edge, and I'm not. So I'm just gonna take this and just move it out here, like that. So now what I'm going to do to make sure that I get a really good cut all the way across, I'm gonna line the bottom of this up, and actually, you can see right here, you can see right here when I cut it, it didn't cut, the bottom part didn't cut all the way straight. Not really a problem, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to line the bottom of this thing up with a number. So we have it lined up with 19. And I'm gonna make sure that I get this straight. So we want the corner to come down here because this corner is lined up here. So I want this corner to also line up on this edge. And then what I'm gonna do, making sure that this stays at 19, when you are cutting, so cutting through double layer is probably gonna be easier with a rotary blade. And one thing to think about when you are cutting, to cut a straight line, unless you want to measure it yourself, you can still get a really good straight line. And here is my trick. When I'm cutting, I want to look at where I am going, not where I'm cutting here. Like not exactly where I'm cutting, but I want to keep my eye over here on this 19 so that I keep a straight line all the way across. So let me show you how I do this. So once again, I'm starting here and I'm going to look at where I'm going, and I'm not going to worry as much about cutting through both layers of fabric right now as I am about getting to the other side and keeping my line straight and keeping my eye on that 19 mark on the other side. So do you all see how I was able to get that straight and not really have to measure? So now what I can do is I can come back over here and cut away any pieces that maybe didn't cut all the way through. Now, if you're not an eyeballer and you want to measure it, that is perfectly fine. Usually I do, but I'm taking one from Alicia's book right now and just measuring with my heart. And now we have a pretty nice straight cut all the way across. So we can try this back on. So now that we have this tried back on, this is really where I was wanting this cardigan to hit. Now we are ready to cut up the center. So I'm also going to cut the gray one up the center too. We'll decide which color we like once we get them both cut and see how they look. But for those that are curious, let me give you the actual dimensions of how much I cut off the gray one. So I'm gonna measure that. Give me just a second. I cut off right at 5 inches on the gray one. And with the combine, let's do this one. So 3 and... So honestly, I cut about 5.5 inches off of both of them. Now the gray one is gonna be a little bit longer because it is a larger size cardigan. And I can show you the difference. So here is where it hits me on a large with 5 inches cut off the bottom, right at the hip. Now, just for reference, I am 5'6", so it's going to determine, your body makeup is going to determine a lot of how much you need to cut off. Once again, cut off a little bit. You can always cut off more. You can't cut off a lot and add more to the bottom unless you sew in extra fabric. So just keep that in mind. I'm gonna put on the gray one and show you where it hits me. And here is the extra large. It does hit a little bit lower. It is a little bit more roomy. So I'm curious to see how it's going to look once we cut it up the middle. But let's go ahead and cut them both up the middle. And then we're gonna hop into Design Space and we're gonna start designing our cardigan. Okay, so I'm going to start with the gray one. And it does have a crease right down the middle because we did just get it out of the packaging. Now for this one, we're not gonna use the rotary blade because I don't wanna cut through both layers. I'm just gonna use my fabric scissors. And I'm going to go right along this crease, and I'll show you if you don't have the crease coming out of the package, I'm going to show you how you can find the center here in just a second. And I said you needed a good pair of fabric scissors, but I really don't think mine are great. So I'm gonna grab me another set of fabric scissors. And these might be even worse. You would think as a crafting channel, we would have some pretty good fabric scissors. Here's the bad boys. These are the good ones. Okay, that's how fabric scissors should cut. And there we have our cardigan. Let's try it on. So, oh my goodness. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I did not have high hopes for this sweatshirt cardigan, but I love it already. I think this is so cute and it's so cozy, but it also gives me, it's gonna be really great for like fall, transition months, things like that, because if I don't wanna wear a full sweatshirt, but it's too cold in the morning and I wanna wear like a t-shirt under it or a tank top, I think it's so cute. So let's go ahead and hop in Design Space and let's start designing our sweatshirt. Cardigan. Okay, y'all. I said that we were hopping into Design Space a while ago. I know. But then as I was getting into Design Space, I thought to myself, we have to know the dimensions of where we're going to put our HTV. So we're back here at the table before we get into Design Space. So we're going to measure each side of our sweatshirt. They should be the same, but we're just going to double check. And then we're going to use those measurements as the guide once we get into Design Space. So grab you a measuring tape. Also something I forgot to mention that you might need in our supplies. So I'm gonna go with, obviously we don't wanna go all the way to the armpit. We probably wanna stay around here. So I'm gonna go 8 to 9 inches in width there. And it's gonna be about the same on the other side. It should be the same on both sides. So we'll just probably go 8, 8.5 in width. If you wanna go ahead and get the height where you want to, I think we need to stay within 6 to 7 inches here. So we'll do 8, 8.5 by 7. So now let's go to Design Space. So now that we are here in Design Space, you can see we have, I'm gonna do Tennessee, Tenn. We have it set up here on the canvas, but let me just hop over to Maker's Gonna Learn first. The font that we're gonna be using today is University. Now what you'll need to do is you'll need to go to the font section. We're gonna go to University, This is the font we're using. You're going to download that by clicking that arrow pointing down and install it onto your computer if you haven't already. We have it already installed, so I'm just going to hop back over to Design Space. I'm going to hide this right now, and then we're going to bring in our text. We're going to change it to University right here. And then I'm also going to grab my shade. Now remember the size that we said was 8.5 in width. Yes, so we were going to do 8.5 in width, and our height was going to be 7. So this is the area on either side of the cardigan that we're going to be designing. So let me change them both to gray, since that's just going to represent the gray color. And now what I can do is I can type in the TE. Let me bring it to the front. We'll change it to orange, duplicate it, and in here. So I definitely want it to be bigger. So I think I like that. And that font size, we'll just make it an even 457. So this one we're going to do 457 so that they match. Y'all, that's going to be so cute. Now, one thing we can do with this font, you can stretch it a little bit and it would look okay. So one thing with this font is we could stretch this font and it would look good. I actually think I do like it stretched just a little bit. And we can do that by manipulating this corner here. You can make it look a little bit taller. So I think I like that, maybe more like that. And what I might do is I might just delete that, duplicate this one, and put TE here. That way it's the exact same. I love. Now, if you wanted to add a second layer, let's say you wanted to add an offset, we can do that. I don't think I'm going to. I think I want to keep it simple. I think I want to keep this one simple. So I think we're just going to do straight orange on the gray. So now we are ready to hide our guides. I am keeping these two separate because I want them to be cut separately so I can lay them down on my cardigan. We're just going to go to make. Now I know both of these will fit on one 12 by 12 piece. And you can see here, I don't really understand why Design Space would not let that fit on there because we can clearly see it does with some extra room. We are going to turn the mirror on and then we're going to go to continue. After that, we're going to click Everyday Iron On and we are ready to load it onto our mat and into our Cricut. Now, we are using Caesar HTV, our favorite, and it comes in Tennessee Orange. I know a lot of people think Tennessee Orange is a god-awful color, and you know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but I love it. I love everything about it, so it is what it is. Now, if you are new to using HTV, it is heat transfer vinyl. You need to check which side your carrier sheet is. For this one, you can clearly tell which side is the front and which side is the back. If you can't, you can always check your HTV by trying to peel away a corner. With HTV, you are going to cut it backwards because the adhesive is actually heat activated on the back. And you want to make sure that you load your heat transfer vinyl with this carrier sheet. You see this clear right here? You want that on your mat. And then you want the blade to cut this. And that's why we mirror it, so after it's cut and we weed it and we place it right side up with this protective carrier sheet on it and the heat, it applies down to our blank. So we have loaded this carrier sheet down. We have it already set up in Design Space on Everyday Iron On. Now all we have to do is load this into our machine. Once it registers this mat, we are going to hit the play button and it'll only take a second for us to cut our design. We're gonna go ahead and press this. In the meantime, while that is cutting, we are going to turn our Cricut Mini Easy Press onto a heat setting of 2 and let that heat up. And then once that is done, we will weed our design and we will place it onto our cardigan. Once that's done, we're gonna go ahead and unload the mat. I'm gonna take my True Control knife and I'm just going to cut off the excess because we want to save any piece of HTV that we don't use because we could use it for another project. And now I'm just going to weed out everything on the outside. Then I'm going to take my True Control knife and separate these two. So now we have our TE and in. So let's go over here and add it to our cardigan. Now all I need to do is line both of these up just like this. Beautiful. Taking my mini easy press on a heat setting of 2. So cute. Now, how you can tell if your heat transfer vinyl has adhered really, really well is you will start to see bubbles. Or not bubbles, but you will kind of see the carrier sheet start to lift off of the heat transfer vinyl. And you can see it's super easy to remove once it is done. And y'all, we are done. Let's try it on and see how it looks. So now, OMG, I love it. I think it looks, hold on. This is making it look a little bit off. It looks so cute. What do you guys think? This is such an easy project and definitely one that can be customized to a specific person. If you have a sports lover in your life, you can do that. You could do so many different things with this cardigan. You can customize it to a name, you can customize it to a state, you could do so much. But I think that this is such a cute gift. Let me know in the comments what you think. Do you love this? Do you not love this? And just so you guys know, you need to get signed up for Christmas Craft Week. I've not talked about it anymore other than in the beginning. So make sure you get signed up. Click that first link down below. And if you've liked this video, guys, it's free to just give a thumbs up for us, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can be notified every single time we get crafty the month of October. You're not gonna wanna miss anything we've got in store. So make sure you subscribe and hit that bell notification so that you can be notified when we get crafty. I will see you guys in the next one.